The time is now 7:11 p.m. and this November 13th, 2025 regular meeting of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence and a performance of the national anthem by Lydia Rotkus, a West Potomac High School student soloist.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the realm that we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets break clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Can we give one more round of applause for our amazing students? Agenda item 4.02, announcements. If you would like a copy of the meeting agenda, please see the back of the auditorium. To obtain copies of any items or supporting materials being presented tonight, please reference the QR code on the agenda or visit www.fcps.edu/board-docs. Tonight's meeting is being broadcast on Channel 99 and live streamed on YouTube and our website at www.fcps.edu/livestream. Tonight's meeting is also being broadcast in Spanish on YouTube at youtube.com/FCPS en Español. Agenda item 4.03, Veterans Day Proclamation. I call on Ms. Marin for a proclamation.
Whereas Veterans Day, observed annually on November 11th in the United States, is a time to honor and recognize the selfless service and sacrifices of all those past, present, and who served with the U.S. Armed Forces to defend the freedoms and rights that are so important to our nation's democracy. And whereas Veterans Day, formerly known as Armistice Day, is the anniversary of the signing of the Armistice by the Allies and Germans in 1918, ending World War I. Armistice Day officially received its name in the United States in 1926 and became an official national holiday in 1938 through congressional resolutions. In 1954, President Eisenhower signed a congressional bill that changed the holiday's name to Veterans Day. And whereas Americans owe a great debt to the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines who serve and defend our freedom in war and peace, and their families and communities that support them. And whereas Fairfax County Public Schools has strong ties to our veterans, as our division proudly employs many veterans who now serve as teachers, administrators, and support staff in our schools and division departments. Also, Fairfax County Public Schools serves over 14,000 military-connected students and their families. And whereas Fairfax County Public Schools acknowledges the profound impact that military service has, not only on those who serve, but also on their families, particularly the children of service members who often face unique challenges due to the demands placed on military families, including frequent relocations and deployments. And whereas Fairfax County Public Schools is committed to providing military-connected students with the best possible education and an inclusive and supportive educational environment that fosters stability and community, Fairfax County Public Schools seeks to earn the Purple Star School designation for every one of our schools as a symbol of that commitment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board does hereby proclaim November 11th, 2025 as Veterans Day. We urge all students, employees, and community members to join in appropriate activities to pay tribute to the members of our military and stress the importance of service to our country as a core value in our democracy. Therefore, be it further resolved that Fairfax County School Board reaffirms our commitment that military-connected students and their families are welcome, supported, and valued in our schools.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. I will call on a vote for all those in favor. Mr. Frisch, Ms. Marin, Mr. McElveen, Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Lady, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Moon, Dr. Anderson, and myself. That's unanimous for all board members present. Agenda item 4.04, School Psychologists Appreciation Month Proclamation. I call on Mr. Moon for a proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas National School Psychologist Month is recognized annually in November to celebrate and honor the dedicated professional services staff in elementary, middle, and high schools who ensure the mental and emotional health needs of our students are met, both in and out of school. And whereas school psychologists bring a unique combination of training in both psychology and education, enabling them to collaborate with teachers, administrators, families, and other professionals in order to create safe, nurturing, inclusive, and supportive learning environments for all children. And whereas school psychologists are key members of the school team who assess individual strengths against student and school-based barriers to learning, and apply their expertise and training in mental health, learning and behavior, and research-driven prevention and intervention strategies to help students develop and nurture the social, emotional, and life skills necessary to achieve personal growth, build resilience, and foster a sense of belonging. And whereas the National Association of School Psychologists has designated this year's theme as Finding Your Path to spotlight the many ways school psychologists help students, families, and school communities chart, navigate, and achieve their individual and collective goals. And whereas, through evidence-based practice, data-driven decision-making, preventative and responsive interventions, consultation and collaboration, and culturally responsible support, school psychologists strengthen student learning, promote mental and behavioral health, address barriers to success, and champion equity, access, and positive school climates. And whereas Fairfax County Public Schools believes that the mental health, emotional well-being, academic readiness, social competence, and behavioral success of all students are foundational to vibrant schools and thriving communities. And whereas in our Fairfax County Public Schools community, school psychologists play a critical role in promoting student engagement and success, facilitating transition planning, supporting positive behavior and social emotional growth, assisting with the crisis prevention and intervention, partnering with the families and stakeholders, and advancing inclusive practices to help students thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Now, therefore, be resolved that Fairfax County School Board recognizes November 2025 as the School Psychologist Appreciation Month and expresses its highest commendation and deep gratitude for the critical role these professionals play in supporting our students' emotional, social, and mental well-being.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. I will call on for a vote. All those in favor? Mr. Frisch, Ms. Marin, Mr. McElveen, Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Lady, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Moon, Dr. Anderson, and myself. That's unanimous for all board members. Agenda item 4.05, celebrating National Family Engagement Month proclamation. I call on Ms. St. John Cunning for a proclamation.
Thank you. I'm proud to present this proclamation and what I hope will be an annual proclamation. But for the first time, whereas Fairfax County Public Schools recognizes that strong partnerships among families, schools, and communities are essential to student success and to the well-being of every child. And whereas November is National Family Engagement Month, a time to celebrate and recognize families as a child's first and most important teacher and partner in learning, with over 35 years of research confirming that active family involvement is the most effective way to increase student achievement. And whereas professionals in every school and our departments of community relations, multilingual learners services, and Title I provide a variety of family engagement opportunities on a daily basis in our division. And whereas the FCPS Family and School Partnership Office includes over 300 family engagement operational staff, including 200 dedicated family liaisons, family engagement region representatives, family resource center staff, community liaisons, home instruction for parents of preschool youngsters, otherwise known as HIPPY, early literacy, two-parent, two homes, military family support, Families Reunite, cultural liaisons, and family information phone line professionals who work tirelessly to support all families in FCPS and ensure their academic success. And whereas family engagement staff serve as trusted connectors and advocates, helping families navigate the school system, access school and community resources, and to engage meaningfully in their children's education. And whereas family engagement staff embody the values of equity, inclusion, and empathy, ensuring that every family, regardless of background, language, or circumstance, feels welcomed, informed, and empowered, and through their dedication, professionalism, and compassion, strengthen communication between home and school, promote cultural understanding, and nurture a sense of belonging that supports academic and social emotional growth. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board expresses its deep gratitude to professionals in our schools, Department of Community Relations, Multilingual Learner Services, Title I, and Family and School Partnership, central office staff, and school-based family liaisons for their contributions, which exemplify the spirit of service and community that defines Fairfax County.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. I will call for the vote. All those in favor: Mr. Frisch, Ms. Marin, Mr. McElveen, Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Lady, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Moon, Dr. Anderson, and myself. That is unanimous for all board members present. I would like to welcome all of those here in support of celebrating National Family Engagement Month proclamation to please join the board for a photo at the front of the dais.
That includes teachers, because you engage our students and families every day.
I would like to welcome our school psychologists and all those here in support of the School Psychologist Appreciation Month proclamation to please join the board for a photo at the front of the dais. I would like to welcome our veterans and all those here in support of the Veterans Day proclamation to please join the board for a photo at the front of the dais. Madam Chair, that was our last picture for this portion.
Agenda item 4.06, Purple Star Schools recognition. I call on Mr. Dunn for the recognition.
Virginia is home to over 77,000 military-connected school-age students, more than any other state in the nation. All of our Fairfax County public schools proudly welcome and support the over 12,700 military-connected youth and their families who are part of our school community. In 2018, the Virginia Department of Education established the Purple Star designation to be awarded to military-friendly schools that have demonstrated a major commitment to students and families connected to our nation's military. Criteria established for the award were designed to increase educator awareness of military-connected youth and help schools structure their support to and for military-connected youth and their families. When a school achieves a Purple Star designation, it is valid for 3 years. After this period, schools who successfully reapply and meet the current program requirements achieve a consecutive designation. In the inaugural year, 14 Fairfax County Public Schools received the Purple Star recognition. FCPS now boasts 145 Purple Star schools, nearly 75% of our division schools. Tonight, we are honoring 89 of our schools who have been awarded the Purple Star designation for the 2025-2026 school year.
The Purple Star School Award serves to set each of these schools apart for the hard work of faculty, students, parents, and community partners who stand together to ensure that our military-connected students are supported academically, behaviorally, and emotionally during their transitions. We thank the FCPS school staff and students from these 89 schools earning the recognition this year for the warm welcome to their military-connected students. And we thank our military families for keeping our nation strong and safe. Schools that earned this prestigious designation received a special Purple Star recognition to display at their school. I recognize our 49 schools who have achieved their first Purple Star School Award. These schools are now displayed on the screen, and I invite students, families, staff, and community members in the audience to stand in support of their school. Stand in support of your schools.
Yay! Woohoo! Bravo!
Wow, that's impressive. We will now recognize schools who have received a consecutive Purple Star School designation. These consecutive designations are in recognition of these schools' impressive ongoing commitment to welcoming military-connected students and families. I recognize the 16 schools who have achieved their second Purple Star School designation. These schools are now displayed on the screen, and I invite students, families, staff, and community members in the audience to stand in support of their school. Come on, guys. I recognize the 24 schools who have achieved their third Purple Star School designation. These schools are now displayed on the screen, and I invite students, families, staff, and community members in the audience to stand in support of their school.
Congratulations to our outstanding 2025-26 Purple Star schools. We would like to recognize our Purple Star schools' points of contact, staff, families, administrators, and the principals for their dedicated efforts to support military-connected students and their families. At this time, I would like to recognize the Fort Belvoir Garrison Commander, Colonel David J. Stewart, who is unfortunately unable to join us this evening. We would also like to recognize member of the FCPS, or Fairfax County Public Schools Military Connected Youth Process Action Team. This team's charge is to identify unique academic, behavioral, and social-emotional needs of military-connected youth and their families, and ensure faculty and staff are informed and prepared to meet the identified needs, partnering with stakeholders as appropriate. At this time, I would like to ask my colleagues, Colonel Stewart, School Board Representative McConan, our Superintendent, Dr. Reed, and our Chief of Schools, Dr. Ponce, members of the Military Connected Youth Process Action Team, and Fort Belvoir School Liaison Officers, Marie Bailey and Angela Beebe, to make their way to the dais to recognize these schools and be a part of the group photos. Mr. or Madam Clerk, please call up each school by region to join us at the dais with their regional leadership staff to receive their recognition and take a group photo.
Okay, we are starting with Region 1. So Region 1, school names starting with A through F. Those schools are Aldrin Elementary School, Churchill Road Elementary School, Clearview Elementary School, Colvin Run Elementary School, Cunningham Park Elementary School, Dogwood Elementary School, and Forestville Elementary School. Now we ask for Region 1 school names starting with H through L. Herndon High School, Herndon Middle School, Hughes Middle School, Hunter Woods Elementary School, Lake Ann Elementary School, Langley High School, Marshall Road Elementary School, and Mosaic Elementary School. Region 1 school names starting with N through Z. Navy Elementary School, Oakton Elementary School, Rachel Carson Middle School, South Lakes High School, Sunrise Valley Elementary School, Wolf Trap Elementary School. Region 2 school names starting with A through F. Bailey's Elementary School, Beech Tree Elementary School, Camelot Elementary School, Fair Hill Elementary School, Falls Church High School, Franklin Sherman Elementary School. Region 2 schools names starting with G through Z. Graham Road Elementary School, Kent Gardens Elementary School, Longfellow Middle School, Mason Crest Elementary School, Park Lawn Elementary School, and West Lawn Elementary School. Region 3, school names starting with A through M. Groverton Elementary School, Edison High School, Fort Hunt Elementary School, Franconia Elementary School, Mark Twain Middle School, Mount Vernon High School, Mount Vernon Woods Elementary School. Region 3, school names starting with N through Z. Sandburg Middle School, Stratford Landing Elementary School, Washington Mills Elementary School, West Potomac High School, Whitman Middle School, Woodlawn Elementary School, and Woodley Hills Elementary School. Region 4, school names starting with A through L. Cardinal Forest Elementary School, Center Ridge Elementary School, Colin Powell Elementary School, Bull Run Elementary School, Kings Glen Elementary School, Laurel Hill Elementary School, Laurel Ridge Elementary School. Region 4, school names starting with M through Z. Orange Hunt Elementary School, Robinson Secondary School, Silverbrook Elementary School, Terra Center Elementary School, Irving Middle School, West Springfield High School. Region 5, school names starting with A through F: Brookfield Elementary School, Cub Run Elementary School, Eagle View Elementary School, Fairfax Villa Elementary School, Freedom Hill Elementary School, Frost Middle School. Region 5, school names starting with G through M: Greenbrier East Elementary School, Greenbrier West Elementary School, Lee's Corner Elementary School, and Mantua Elementary School. Region 5, school names starting with N through Z: Oak Hill Elementary School, Rocky Run Middle School, Stenwood Elementary School, Virginia Run Elementary School, and Woodson High School. Fairfax County Adult High School and Region 6, school names starting with A through H. So we have Annandale High School, Braddock Elementary School, Crestwood Elementary School, Garfield Elementary School, Gunston Elementary School, Hayfield Elementary School, and Hayfield Secondary School. Region 6, school names starting with K through Z: Key Center, Key Middle School, Lane Elementary School, North Springfield Elementary School, Saratoga Elementary School, and Springfield Estates Elementary School. Madam Chair, that concludes our Purple Star Schools recognition portion of the program.
Are we not done?
Agenda item 5.01, community participation. The next order of business is community participation. We welcome all community members who are here and those who have signed up to speak this evening. Additional information about signing up to provide comments at school board regular business meetings and public hearings can be found on the school board website at www.fcps.edu/schoolboard. During the sign-up process, community members acknowledged that they were informed of the school board's expectations for respect and proper decorum when providing comments. These expectations are also available online and with the printed agenda and meeting materials in the back of the room. We ask audience members to be respectful of one another. Shouting and outbursts will not be tolerated. Please hold your applause until the conclusion of a speaker's remarks. Audience members may not join speakers at the podium and should remain at their seats, including when recording video or taking photos. We are grateful to all those who have come to speak to us today, and thank you for your cooperation. School board members will be listening but not responding. Madam Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Brianne Fitzpatrick.
Hello, my name is Bree Fitzpatrick, and I'm a third grader at Wables Mill Elementary. I am here tonight because my dad is an Air Force veteran, and I want to thank you for recognizing our wonderful Purple Star schools. Being a military kid is a big adventure. The hardest part for sure is moving. Military kids move between 6 and 9 times before they graduate high school, and every time we have to say goodbye to our best friends and start fresh. It means learning about a whole new school, figuring out new playground rules, and making new friends. It can feel a little lonely at first, but I want to share the really great parts too. Military kids get to see different parts of the world and meet amazing kids from many different places. We learn how to be flexible and strong. Military kids are often compared to dandelions, the flower that can thrive and grow anywhere the wind takes it. We are really good at fitting in quickly and making new friends fast. That's one of our superpowers. That's why Purple Star schools are so important. They help kids like me feel welcome right away. They make sure the staff and students know about our military life and help us feel like we belong. Thank you for making our transitions easier and for understanding our unique lives. I am proud to be a military kid, and I am proud to be a part of this supportive school community. Thank you.
Carly Hutchins.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carly Hutchins, and I'm currently a senior at Falls Church High School. I'm honored to speak today as a student who is a part of a military family. For us, being military connected means constantly learning to adapt. It means every few years we are walking into new schools, sometimes mid-semester, with a transcript and credits that don't always match up perfectly. That transition isn't just about finding my locker, it's about making sure I stay on track for graduation and can still pursue my post-secondary goals, whether that's college, military service, or a career. This can add a lot of stress to our families and our futures. That is why today is so significant. We are celebrating my school, Falls Church High School, and 88 other schools in earning or renewing their Purple Star designation. The Purple Star is more than just a symbol. It is our school's commitment to tangible, specialized support. It means our school understands military kids. This designation guarantees the academic continuity that is essential for us, making sure our credits transfer and our course placements are correct. When we enter our FCPS school, we aren't just handed a schedule. We are connected with dedicated staff and a strong community, including student ambassadors and other students ready to help us navigate the emotional challenges of being the new kid. Ultimately, the designation serves as a powerful symbol of understanding from the school and leadership, transforming the school into a stable home base where military students can confidently belong and succeed despite their constantly changing circumstances. Thank you to our school board, FCPS leadership, and school staff for genuinely seeing the unique challenges we face.
Mia Scott.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mia Scott, and I am a senior at Robinson Secondary School. My parents have both served in the Air Force, and I have a few family members that have served as well. As we recognize November as Family Engagement Month, I want to highlight how the Purple Star designation has redefined what family engagement means for military-connected students such as myself. For most students, family engagement is important. For us at Robinson, it is absolutely essential. When everything else can change, the school must be a steady anchor, and that requires strong support for the entire family, not just the student. The Purple Star ensures this critical partnership. It is a framework that guarantees academic continuity and robust social and emotional transition support, but it also formalizes our commitment to family engagement. This means that our school is equipped to do much more than just maintain open communication. It includes hosting welcoming events that truly connect new military families with established students and the greater school community. The Purple Star ensures we benefit from individualized support tailored to the unique challenges of military life. This means we get targeted resources to ensure our course pathways are appropriate for on-time graduation, and we have the additional flexibility and support we need during a parent deployment or other military-related events. By offering this personalized care, the school ensures the whole family is supported. By committing to the Purple Star, you didn't just support military youth, you actively welcome and engage military families as true partners in our consideration. Thank you.
Gayla Bumgart. Gayla Bumgart. Kara Amston.
Good evening. I'm Kara Amsden, and my kids attend Deer Park Elementary, which has never rescinded its COVID recess and lunch policies. Recess is held with individual classes, each class segregated to a different area of the playground. Lunch tables are limited to 4 students to a table, up from 3 after parent advocacy. This supposedly has significantly improved behavioral outcomes in the school, but that's not a benefit that I've personally seen. What I have seen with these policies is that our kids are not able to play with friends in different classes, even when they can see them on separate areas of the playground. Some kids have to essentially rebuild their social circles every year due to friends being placed in different classes, and some are less successful than others at rebuilding these circles, leaving them feeling isolated and friendless. Students at lunch have been left to sit alone when tables are full. I walked in one day to find my first grade daughter crying alone at a lunch table because all the tables were full and she was told that she could not join another. I frequently observed other kids sitting alone. I've been told that shouldn't happen and wouldn't happen again, but it does. When students, other parents, and I have talked to school admin and the superintendent's office about these policies, we're told that they're in place for the children's safety. I've asked but never received an answer, so I'll pose it here as well. Why are these supposed safety policies in place only at Deer Park? I can see 3 explanations for this. First is that Deer Park is inherently more dangerous than other elementary schools. The second is that the other schools care less about their students. But the third, and I think far more likely, is that the admin at Deer Park will simply refuse to rescind these policies. Despite a great deal of discussion on the lasting social, emotional harms that formerly necessary COVID policies left behind, and their actual benefit to our kids will go unproven and unchecked. After all these years, Deer Park kids deserve normalcy. Thank you.
Jason Moore.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Jason Moore. I am a parent of a Canterbury Woods Elementary student, a Woodson High School student, and a former PTA president. I have come today to complain about the calendar. How can schools preach to parents and students about the value of consistent hard work and discipline when the structure of the school year itself belies that need? School should be the place where our students can practice for life. The inconsistent calendaring of FCPS, while I'm sure is very sensitive to many different needs, is not sensitive to the needs of our students' preparation for life. The structure of the day and week is so inconsistent, my students have stopped even asking why they have the day off. The joke at the high school is apparently because it is Tuesday. The only full 5 complete day week my elementary students have had this year was in the second week of September, the week after Labor Day, which is now an inexplicably 4-day Labor Day holiday. They had a day off for special elections, then Rosh Hashanah, then another day for Yom Kippur. The following week, my son was sent home 3 hours early for teacher professional development, I think. Then my high schooler had a random day off that was not on the calendar for FCPS because other students at the school had SATs. Then there was a teacher work day, then Indigenous Peoples Day, then another work day, then Diwali, then another 3-hour early dismissal because it was the end of the quarter. Then it was another day off because it was the end of the quarter, then another teacher work day this week. They have had election day and another 3-hour early dismissal. School needs to be the place, school needs to be the thing that our students do during the day. 5 days a week for a full day during the productive hours of school. Thank you.
David Callender.
I stand here as the senior rabbi of the second largest Jewish congregation in the Commonwealth. We have approximately 275 students who are currently in FCPS. And what I really want to do is spend my minute and 50 seconds telling you how great the schools are, but this scares me a little bit. So I'm going to focus instead that as caring adults, both parents and FCPS staff, that we've done a disservice to our children regarding the widely shared Instagram posts by the MSA at a couple of high schools a few weeks ago. Adults responded in mostly 3 ways. It's kids being kids, it's kids being cruel, or stop picking on us, whomever us may be. And so we need to really ask a couple of questions here. One is, were these videos made just kids who saw something funny on TikTok and didn't understand what they were doing when they were grabbing people, forcibly putting hoods on their heads and stuffing them into a trunk of a car, imitating exactly what happened when over 1,200 people were murdered in Israel on October 7th of 2023, proportional to more than 40,000 Americans? Or did they understand exactly what they were doing, rallying people to a cause of violence and terrifying those victimized by this inhumane act? And we must be clear, morally clear, neither is an acceptable response. If it's a call to glorify violence and hate, it cannot be confronted by simply saying, it wasn't an official school account. We can't abdicate our responsibility to guide our young adults. And if it was kids being kids as parents and as educators, we understand that might have been the spark, but it doesn't excuse the behavior. We're morally obligated to respect and support our kids, and far more than that. As parents and educators, we have quite possibly the most sacred of tasks to nurture informed, compassionate, thoughtful partners in community. And as we go forward from this
Vicki Fishman.
Good evening. I'm Vicki Fishman with the JCRC. Since 1939, the JCRC has been advocating for human rights and social justice as part of our work supporting the Jewish community. Since October 7th, 2023, a day when 1,200 people were slaughtered in and 251 people were kidnapped from the only Jewish country in the world, anti-Semitic incidents have become so prevalent that we have had little time for anything other than fighting anti-Semitism. Jewish students and teachers have found themselves increasingly marginalized and afraid to share their Jewish identity. They report feeling demonized, ostracized, and erased. FCPS has not been immune, and we appreciate the partnership we have found in you, the school board, and Dr. Reed and her team, including many principals, teachers, and administrators. With all of this in mind, I cannot overstate the pain felt by FCPS's Jewish community in the wake of two recent incidents. First, several groups announced a kafiyah day to coincide with the anniversary of October 7th. The lack of empathy for Jewish students in that decision is shocking, but not as shocking and painful as the videos that at least two student groups posted shortly thereafter, which depicted violent kidnappings, kafiyahs, clothing showing the state of Israel completely erased by a Palestinian flag, and the enactments of the deaths of the persons kidnapped. Many of our Jewish families consider Israel a second home and had friends and family kidnapped, murdered, or otherwise traumatized on October 7th. These videos were painful reminders and also threatening to a community which in recent months has suffered murders and fire bombings here in this region and in this country. Our schools should not tolerate such blatant insensitivity. I am here to thank you for recognizing the severity of these events, for properly investigating, and for appropriate disciplinary measures. I further ask that you take action to prevent something like this from happening again. Implement expedited teacher training on anti-Semitism, partner with the JCRC to bring our student-to-student program to provide mandatory experiential and peer-to-peer anti-bias training to the schools impacted by these events, and finally review social media.
Madam Chair, that was our last public speaker.
Agenda item 6.01, student representative matters. I call on Ms. McConan.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, faculty, students, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today to address the pressing need for clearer guidelines in the FCPS Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, specifically regarding what students can and cannot post in school-related contexts. Recent events in our community have underscored a reality that we can no longer ignore. When expectations around student expression, especially online, are vague or underdefined, confusion follows. That confusion affects students, staff, and families alike. It can result in misunderstandings, inconsistent responses across schools, and situations where students are left uncertain whether something they post is appropriate, allowable, or potentially harmful. We live in a time where social media posts, comments, group messaging, digital communication, on and offline, play a major role in student life. These platforms can absolutely be positive spaces for creativity, advocacy, and connection, but they can also become sources of conflict, misinterpretation, or disruption when expectations are unclear. When students don't understand the boundaries of acceptable posting in school-affiliated settings, such as club accounts, class projects, event promotion, or even fun shared posts on social media tied to school, it becomes harder for everyone to navigate difficult situations in a productive and respectful way. Currently, here are some of the things that the SRNR does address. In the SRNR, FCPS clearly affirms that students have the right to learn and the right to feel safe while at school and on school property. It also addresses a student's right to feel safe, supported, and respected in the school community, free from harassment, discrimination, or confusion about rules. The SRNR states students have the right to feel respected and treated with respect at school, in the classroom, on the school bus, and at school-sponsored events. Lastly, it addresses the school system's responsibility to maintain a positive, inclusive, and orderly learning environment. The SRNR emphasizes that students may exercise these rights and privileges as long as they do not interfere with the rights of others or the school's ability to provide a safe learning environment. In reading the current SRNR and related guidance from FCPS, I note that while many high-level expectations are spelled out, like not using words, images, or gestures that are obscene, violent, disruptive, or disrespectful, there's less specificity around school-related posting, digital and social media, about when the school has the jurisdiction, how school-affiliated accounts or events are treated, and how the message of digital citizenship is woven into posting expectations in those contexts. There are a number of good pointers in the FCPS's acceptable use section. For example, students are prohibited from posting information if it violates the privacy of others, jeopardizes the health and/or safety of students, is obscene, intended to be threatening, bullying, or hateful in nature, or causes disruption of school activities. but that language still leaves room for interpretation. And when practice is inconsistent across schools, students can feel unsure. I encourage the district to consider adding or strengthening the following areas in the SRNR. Definitions of unacceptable content. Without focusing on specific issues or events so the policy remains future-proof, include general categories of content that can cause harm or disruption. Threats, harassment, discriminatory behavior, invasion of privacy, defamatory statements, calls to violence, intentionally false statements, harming reputation, etc. While the SRNR already includes language about words, images, or gestures that are obscene, violent, disruptive, or disrespectful in the student responsibility section, making the linkage to posting in the digital social context more explicit would help. Clear explanations of scope, when and where these rules apply. For example, in school buildings, on school grounds, in virtual classroom environments, on schools or at bus stops, on the way to or from school. This is already explicitly listed in the SRNR. Also, on school-sponsored activities off school property and on digital platforms when a post is tied to a school club, class, or account, or when the post adversely affects the school environment. Additionally, clarify how school-managed social media accounts, class club project pages, or event promotion pages, and student-led but school-affiliated channels are treated. We should continue to encourage respectful and responsible posting, remind students of real-world impact of online behavior. Remind students of privacy concerns. Do not reveal personal information of self or others. Do not post photos or videos without consent, and be mindful of the audience and context. Encourage students to think of digital spaces as extensions of the learning community. They have the right to express ideas, but also a responsibility to not interfere with others' rights or the school's mission. FCPS should clarify what happens when a concern is raised, how it will be reviewed, who reviews it, what criteria are considered. For example, the age of students, the context, severity, whether harm, disruption occurred, what steps follow. This should also include how students and parents can ask questions, appeal decisions, and understand how the policy is applied. FCPS mentions procedures in the SRNR regulation, but making the digital posting context explicit would help. Also, how investigation of digital posting will consider the online/offline link, the intent, the audience, the setting, and how school jurisdiction is determined. Each year, students and families should receive clear, accessible communication about expectations for student posting and digital behavior. Provide trainings on modules on digital citizenship, including scenarios and examples of posts that are acceptable and posts that may cross lines. Make sure faculty and staff are equipped to consistently apply expectations and have a shared understanding of how the policy works in digital contexts to avoid inconsistent responses between schools. I want to be very clear. The purpose of strengthening these guidelines is not to limit students' voice or to chill expression, but to make sure students have the information they need to express themselves confidently and responsibly without fear of unintended consequences. Clarity benefits everyone. In conclusion, I respectfully encourage FCPS and the school board to review and refine the SRNR to provide clearer and more explicit guidance around student posting and digital communication, especially in school-affiliated contexts. With clear expectations, we can prevent confusion, reduce avoidable conflict, and ensure that every student has the support they need to contribute meaningfully to our community in a positive and respectful way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Agenda item 7.01, action item, certification of closed meeting compliance. Since the board needs to return to the closed meeting towards the end of the regular meeting, we will return to this item later today after we conclude the closed meeting. Agenda item 7.02, confirmation of action taken in closed meeting. I call on Mr. Moon for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the school board authorize legal counsel to settle the matter discussed in closed session according to the terms and conditions discussed therein.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. All those in favor, Mr. Frisch, Mr. Marin, or Miss Marin, I'm sorry, it's been a long night. Miss Marin, Miss St. John Cunning, Miss Lady, Miss Dixit, Miss Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Moon, Dr. Anderson, and myself. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Mr. McElveen.
That's 10-0-1. The motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 7.03, action item, award of contract, architectural services. I call on Mr. Dunn for a motion.
I move that the school board authorize staff to negotiate professional services contracts with selected firms for architectural services for various facilities projects, and authorize the division superintendent or the chief operating officer to execute, deliver, and administer the contract on behalf of the school board.
Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. St. John Cunning. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Ms. St. John Cunning, would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
I will encourage all board members to make sure their lights are off, just so you know. But seeing no others, we'll go ahead and call for a vote on the motion. Mr. Frisch, Ms. Marin, Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Lady, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Moon, Dr. Anderson, and myself. Those opposed? Abstentions? Mr. McElveen. Agenda item 7.04, action items, award of contract, architectural service and engineering services, Cub Run Elementary School renovation project. I call on Ms. Dixit for a motion.
I move that the school board directs the superintendent to provide the school board with the thorough analysis and rationale for the estimated cost for the Cub Run Elementary School project in the CIP, determine whether the use of design, build, or the construction management at risk methodologies could reduce the cost and time frame of the Cub Run Elementary School project without causing any significant delay in the renovation construction process, and determine whether the modular or off-site construction of the new school building adjacent to the existing building could reduce the cost and time frame of the Cub Run Elementary School project, wherein the existing building could be demolished or repurposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Dixit, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, we would like to have the board to give their opinion on this.
Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, please. Earlier this year, the board approved 3 elementary school renovations, which ranged between $37 and $43 million. The estimate in the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan, is that Cub Run Elementary School renovation will cost approximately $99 million, which is 2 to 3 times the cost of the recently approved elementary school renovations. The first part of this motion requests FCPS to provide a thorough analysis and rationale for why the cost is 2 to 3 times the cost of renovations approved earlier this year. The second part seeks to determine whether recently approved policies, specifically Policy 8240, which embraced new methodologies for construction renovations, specifically design, build, and construction management at risk, could potentially reduce the cost of construction and accelerate the time frame so that the renovation is delivered faster and cheaper without causing any significant delay in the renovation construction process. The third part of the motion seeks to determine whether FCPS could construct a brand new school adjacent to the existing school, and Cub Run is one of the largest school campuses in our portfolio, and at one time was designated as the future site of a Western high school, so there's definitely land there that's available, and whether it could be constructed not just in a traditional way, but using off-site modular construction, which is essentially pieces of the building constructed in a factory, which reduces environmental waste and actually results in higher quality construction with those pieces then trucked to the location and assembled within a matter of days like Lego bricks. So the purpose of this is to both think outside the box, get an analysis that will not take too much time, will not delay this project significantly, but could enable this project to be completed at lower cost in an accelerated time frame. And the benefit of that is that other schools that are currently in the renovation queue could then be accelerated in terms of the time frame when those schools will be renovated and liberate dollars to allocate to those additional schools in the renovation queue. So ultimately, this is a first pilot project looking at whether these new methodologies, whether these different approaches that have been examined by the school board in recent months, including at a work session last spring, could help us address the 42-year renovation queue that is currently bedeviling our school system, because we need to be closer to 20 to 25 years, which is the school division policy and industry benchmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Dr. Anderson.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Just a quick question. I know that this motion is requesting additional information, but just preliminarily, is there any information that can be provided now regarding the vast difference between the cost of Cub Run and the other elementary schools as as stated by Mr. Dunn just a little while ago? Because I believe the others were in the 30 million range and this one is 99 million. I'd love to hear what the differences are that may have led to such a gap.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to turn to Mr. Gordon to share some of the planning details. Mr. Gordon?
Hey, thank you, ma'am. Sir, for your 3 points, so I'll take a note on the first and third, and we'll come back with more detailed information on those two. For the second point regarding what does the contract support, the contract we have for Cub Run was written, the RFP was written to support traditional design bid build and CM at risk. So there's two procurement methods within the current RFP at no additional cost to the organization. Again, I'll take a note on the first and third point and reply more information back through the superintendent. Thank you.
So, Dr. Anderson, I don't think we have detail to be responsive this evening about the cost differential, but I make sure we have something by tomorrow evening in the Friday letter.
No, thank you. I was just wondering if there was something top of mind.
Ms. Marin.
Yes, I appreciate this being lifted up, and we have been doing a lot of work to get our procurement more streamlined, and I do wonder if the increase in cost is due to actually using current dollars and inflation and tariffs and all of those things. We know that what has been put in the CIP in the past has not been adjusted for current rates. So I'm going to share something that I've shared at other meetings, but the work that myself and Kyle McDaniel are doing on the Joint Facilities Committee with the Board of Supervisors, I think is really eye-opening, and it's a huge opportunity. And what is just clearer and clearer all the time is that the 3 land authority agencies in Fairfax County must be together in the room more often. Having a conversation of the County Board of Supervisors with the school board without the parks, that leaves questions unanswered. If it's the parks and the county supervisors, we've got unanswered questions. I think it's imperative that the 3 agencies involved in all things school facilities be at the same table together often. And so I'm sharing this idea now with you all tonight, and my intention is to bring action for the board's approval that directs the superintendent to schedule regular meetings with her counterpart executives of the county's 2 other land authority agencies at regular intervals. Is it a month? I think it needs to be. I also think included in that meeting would also be members of the oversight body of each agency. We've got to do something to bring the 3 entities together. Projects are stalled, and that costs money. And until we all sit together over all of our combined assets in Fairfax County, we will continue to waste taxpayer dollars of time and time as well. So I look forward to that conversation with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Mr. Dunn for a go back.
I just wanted to mention one detail which I forgot to include, which is if you look at the remaining schools in the renovation queue that have not entered the design phase, it adds up to $660 million just for 8 elementary schools. That would consume all of the available school bond funding for the next 3 years in total, and not allow any dollars to be left over for any high schools, middle schools, or other elementary schools or other priorities in our county, which is why starting with this analysis is so prudent. I also just want to mention with respect to the contract that was put on consent agenda, that I pulled off consent agenda on October 23rd, it was for the architectural services only, not for the entire project. And while it did allow for CM at risk, my concern with that contractual approach from a government contracting perspective is you don't want to start with an architectural contract if you're doing design, build, and construction management at risk. And those new methodologies that were just approved, you should start with the general contractor, and the general contractor would then hire an architect. So I don't want to start with a small number of millions of dollar contract and somehow back our way and through a back door into a $100 million contract. That would not be a best practice in the government contracting field. Thank you.
Miss Lady.
Yeah, I thank you for bringing this, and obviously, I would hope it's obvious. I'm all about fiscal responsibility and being a fiduciary of the taxpayer money. So if this, which is the amendment in front of us, it can help save money, then I'm all for it. I'm not sure about the environmental impacts of building a brand new school next to a school and what we would maybe do with that property. And I'm interested in this Lego idea. I'd like to see some construction that's been done that way. I'd like to see and hear reports and reviews of satisfaction, if you will. I've learned in my time that there's no idea that's not a great idea until I learn more about it. So, and the other thing I'd like to say is that, I was and remain surprised since I came on the school board, as someone who came from an education background, how much we rely on land, the county, other entities that I would think that we are rowing in the same boat with. I have a great rapport with my colleague and my counterpart on the Board of Supervisors, and I do believe that there's some room for us to spend more time thinking collaboratively around everything that we're trying to do for our constituents, and certainly in relation to our schools system and our facilities. So I'm not sure what that looks like moving forward, but I certainly understand my colleagues' thinking around it'd be nicer if there were more often times when we were all at the table. I don't know what that looks like. I certainly trust our chief of facilities and his team when it comes to that type of thing. But it was one thing that surprised me when I got on the board. So I'm just sort of, I don't know if this is a confessional for me, but I didn't expect that the work that we were endeavoring to do sometimes would be slowed by other processes that have to take place, permitting, et cetera. So anyways, I think I support this and I appreciate my colleagues' efforts to make sure we're fiscally responsible in the use of taxpayer money.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Seeing no others, I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote on the motion, which is on the screen. All those in favor? Mr. Frisch, Ms. Marin, Mr. McElveen, Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Lady, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Moon, Dr. Anderson, and myself. That is unanimous for all board members present. Agenda item 7.05, action item, New Western High School programming. I call on Ms. Dixit for a motion.
I move that the school board approves Western High School to be a comprehensive high school with the traditional boundaries that include a special programming pathway option, and the following enrollment plan will be implemented. For FY 26-27 or SY 26-27, grade 9 and 10 will be opt-in. For SY 27-28, grade 9, 10, and 11 will be opt-out. And for SY 28-29, grade 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th will be firm boundary.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Frisch. Ms. Dixit, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, I'm very excited this is finally happening. We are in a unique position to make a meaningful impact in our community, one that creates positive ripple effect across all high schools in the western part of the county. I fully support the establishment of the new site as a traditional school model. This approach will play a pivotal role in alleviating the overcrowding issues currently experiencing in our high school in the western side of the county. This strategic move will not only enhance the quality of education, but also distribute the student population evenly, ensuring that each student receives the support they need to succeed. This concept of offering a specialized pathway option is an excellent initiative as we prepare the students for the 22nd century learning. Whether focused on AI, aviation, or engineering, this program will provide students a unique opportunity to develop skills and gain specialized knowledge before entering college and the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. Mr. Frisch, would you like to speak to your second?
Sure. I always say just briefly, and then I don't
it's not brief, but this is going to be brief. I appreciate the work that's gone into trying to figure out how to make this the most manageable process we can, and the creativity that went into coming up with a system that will allow us to begin the pathway work, bring students into the building, and do it in a way that's manageable. I think this is the first step in something that is very exciting, and that is opening a new high school. And I'd be remiss if I didn't note again that we're saving hundreds of millions of dollars as a result of this deal. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. I do want to say this is, it's good to be at this place with this school. I know it was momentous when we made the decision to purchase the site, and now that we're seeing it fleshing out, it's exciting. It's always exciting to open up a new school. It's like the new school year. I feel like each of it is a gift. One of the things that I wanted to make sure that we talked about, Dr. Reed, is what I know I have heard from folks in the Western End who have also reached out to me as a person who represents the Eastern End regarding their concerns, which is one, will it relieve overcrowding at the surrounding schools? So can you speak to how this plan will accomplish that? First year, second year, third year, and beyond.
So thank you, Dr. Anderson. The opt-in is specifically for the 5 Western high school pyramids that are likely to be, that were intended to be impacted in terms of overcrowding. In particular, the 3 pyramids, Westfield, Chantilly, and Centerville. So, and then as we've looked at different preliminary drawings, Oakton and or South Lakes there was some impact there as well, but it's unclear whether the final drawings will actually impact those 2 pyramids. However, they are part of the 5 Western pyramids that are still under discussion. So we would restrict the opt-in to be from those 5 pyramids on a space available basis. So the intent would be, again, to really address the overcrowding in those areas. And over the 2-year run-up to a full enrollment, then the boundary will be complete. And the intent of the boundary work and the opening of the school is to relieve crowding in those western pyramids. I believe Mr. McDaniel's not here this evening, but he did the math around 1,700 students in trailers in these western high schools right now. So we know, and our Chantilly High School in particular with its footprint and parking and fields and so forth, we've had some concerns for quite some time. So the enrollment pattern planning as well as the approach to the school is intended to relieve overcrowded conditions in the western high schools.
Thank you. Given the opt-in nature, which is a little bit less predictable, but there will still be at a point where you'll determine the impact to these schools, will we be able to receive the utilization impact at various intervals of the opt-in process?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'll provide monthly updates, and we likely will not have enough spots to accommodate the number of students who want to opt in, and we'll have to, I think, craft a process to make sure that it's equitable, and because we won't take more than 500 ninth graders and 500 10th graders. So I know that our planning principal, Mr. Jagels, will be working with Dr. Ponce on the smooth opening of this school and wanting to make sure that that we'll provide the board regular updates on the enrollment.
Thank you. As I shared also during the work session yesterday and our discussion today, I hope that you're correct, that we have lots of enthusiasm and we have more students than potentially could be served during this first year. My concern is once the realities of certain limitations comes to bear, we may have students making different decisions. If that were to be the case, do we have a threshold where we would consider it too few students to be an effective school? And the second part of that, will you allow yourself and your team enough time to gather that information and pivot into more outreach and recruitment efforts in order to receive some sort of, in order to obtain a minimum number of students to make this a workable first year?
Yes, ma'am, we will. We've become very good at pivoting in the last few years, and I think that the team will be relentless in our quest, and I really do believe that we're going to end up having more young people that want to be a part of opening a new school, then we're going to have spots, and we're going to continue to evaluate our registrations that we'd like to begin this coming month in December. I know Mr. Jagels is going to start visiting schools, so, but I will provide updates, and we will make sure that we're staying focused on opening the school in a cost-effective manner.
Thank you. And my last question is regarding process and timeline. If this were to be passed this evening, what can the community expect regarding process and timeline?
Thank you. If the board approves this evening, I know that Dr. Ponce will be meeting with likely both Ms. Bainig and Dr. Choice, which are the Regions 1 and 5 regional assistant superintendents, because we haven't determined which region yet the Western High School would be placed in to finalize a transition schedule, but it would be my expectation that in the next several weeks, the planning principal will be moving forward with visiting schools, sharing information about the schools, and functioning as close to the high school registration process as students in any other high school would be registering, because those processes need to run in parallel for incoming 9th and 10th graders.
And will there be, and this just came to me, will there be an opportunity for students who could potentially opt in now by whatever the timeline and deadline that your team will set, and may want to make a different decision maybe in the summertime? How beholden will students be once they opt in? Is it irreversible?
So yet to be determined, but you know, students move around. We just spent this evening celebrating our military connected youth, and we may have students who opt in whose parents get orders to place elsewhere and obviously won't remain, even though they may beg to remain, to stay and be one of the Western High School students. I think we would want them to go on with their families. So I yet to be determined. I will have more information, I think, in the coming months, and I'll try to, you know, for the board, and we'll be creating a Western High School webpage, landing page for community members that are interested in that, and I'll try to make sure we provide weekly updates on that to the board.
Thank you. And I'm glad to support the fact that this will be a comprehensive high school to relieve the overcrowding with the surrounding schools, because I know that's been a conversation since I've been on the board. So
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dunn.
Well, as always, Dr. Anderson asked many of the questions I have in mind. She would make an excellent police detective with her own detective TV show. She'd find the perpetrator every single time. I did want to ask, for students who are considering you know, going to the Western High School, right now it lacks certain athletic fields like a football field. And it's not determined. We haven't publicized any schedule for when we'll determine what athletic facilities, for example, will go there, or even what special pathway will be available there. And so I wanted to understand just the date by which students have to make a selection determination, which I think, according to a schedule I'd seen, was January or February. Like, it's fairly soon, but they won't know what's there. So in many ways, so they're kind of picking a black box in some ways.
Yes, sir, and I think that one of the recommendations from our Executive Director for Athletics and Activities is that in the first year, we would open as a non-VHSL school, so that students who choose to attend this new high school will have the option to participate in any VHSL sanctioned activity at their base school. So as we make sure that we put those facilities and fields into place, at least in year one, students have the opportunity to participate in their home school, and we will be providing transportation to just those 5 high schools after school for students to participate in any VHSL sanctioned activity. So I think that for year 1, students can be assured they can still participate in those activities and have an education and be part of building a culture at a new high school, which I've seen a number of new high schools begin, and there's a certain excitement to be that first senior class of a brand new high school, or to shape the culture of a brand new high school, choose a mascot, which I have high hopes for, to just create something really special. And, each high school that's been opened in Fairfax County has had that opportunity, and it's something that, stories are built on for many years.
That sounds very creative. I've never heard of a non-VHSL high school. I mean, it makes sense the way you describe it. I had looked at the rules at the time this question first came up, like how would you determine eligibility, because that's a topic we've talked a lot about in recent months. But is that consistent with the rules, that you can be attending one high school, even a non-VHSL high school, and still participate in sports at a different high school? Because it seems to me, if that loophole exists, there could be school systems that decide, oh, we don't have a new high school, but we'll just, non-VHSL this one, and the best players can go to different high schools. It just seems like you could drive a truck through that loophole if that exists.
Yes, sir. Mr. Horn was explaining this during our work session, and he will also be part of, he'll be providing that information on the landing page for the Western High School. But there is a VHSL carve out when divisions set new boundaries, and that's what we would be doing in this case. This is a boundary related topic in a new high school. This evening, I don't want to speak for him because I think he'll explain it more thoughtfully than I can. But it's on his recommendation that we would open as a non-VHSL high school for year 1, because we really won't have a junior and senior class either. For certain VHSL activities, that would be something that would be pretty important to have. So it's on his recommendation that we would go down this path, and it's my understanding that that's not a new path for Commonwealth schools.
Thank you. I also just wanted to thank you for the thoughtful way that you've gone about, soliciting public input with literally thousands of people. And I wanted to thank my colleague, Ms. Dixit, for her leadership of this school opening, because I think she's done a fantastic job, and I really appreciate the very heavy community engagement for how to structure the school and the programming and everything else associated with the Western High School.
Thank you, Mr. Nunn.
Ms. Mary.
The purchase of Western High School is historic and noteworthy, as it is the first school facility in decades purchased by FCPS. I had planned to say some more things praising this momentous adoption. However, it's come to my attention that the motion that was posted yesterday is different than the motion that is now posted. And I know that because I sent an email out to my entire list of 30,000 constituents with the motion that was posted yesterday that has since been embellished. So I have some questions. I've asked before who was responsible for writing motions. I don't think that that's clear. The work plan that we keep tonight is listed as new Western High School programming. We have distinct other agenda items for phasing. What is actually in this motion is programming and phasing. We have had other conversations about phasing. I think we had about 2 work sessions about programming for Western High School. We had one conversation that ended 15 hours ago about phasing for Western High School. There is no written document. There was not. However, I see as of today's date, our clerk has added a document with today's date. We talked about yesterday, I raised that there are costs incurred with opening with a firm boundary in year 28-29, and we discussed yesterday that there is a difference between a renovation and a capacity enhancement. If a renovation, a change must come before the board to adjust the CIP. I'm really disappointed that things were done at the last minute like this in a very not transparent way. And the fact that we're asking questions, moreover, about VHSL and busing, there should be a memo that tells us everything we need to know before we commit to this high school on this schedule. I think it's a real egregious dereliction of accountability to change the motion overnight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion. I move to amend by striking in the motion the following enrollment plan on downward. So I move to amend by striking, quote, the following enrollment plan will be implemented 2026-27, each of those 3 lines.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege. Can we recess for 5 minutes?
Yes. With the motion made? Well, let's have it at the dais then, Carl.
What? Are you going to call a recess?
Yes, the board will take a quick 5-minute recess.
Well, yesterday the motion was just this. Now all of this is on there with the phasing.
It was updated before the meeting started.
Clearly.
It was updated to include the information that was provided yesterday at the work session that allows us to get going so that we actually can implement
I would
this.
love to have this conversation publicly. We did not notice that we were voting on this.
We noticed that we were voting on the program. The program is the implementation.
The programming is not phasing. I would like to have this conversation. I'm going to reserve my comment.
Board members, please take your seats.
A point of order, can we please reconvene?
Okay, coming back from recess. Is there a second? Second. Dr. Anderson. Ms. Marin, would you like to speak to your motion?
So it's come to my attention further that the motion that is in board docs is just a little bit different than the motion that was in the script that was given and read. It's just a grammatical thing. It's not that big of a deal, but the motion that is on the screen now with the strikeout is what I move. So here's the thing. All along, my understanding has been when we talk about phasing, we are talking about the way that students are enrolled into a school of a new boundary. We're going to talk about phasing of students with the boundary changes. Then we talk about programming. With Western High School, programming has always been about whether it's going to have a traditional geographic boundary or if it's going to have a magnet program that's going to pull from different places. And the board has been pretty consistent that we agree that, well, not, I won't say everyone, but the discussion has been, we were voting tonight on programming. And I sent a newsletter out yesterday to my constituents saying only that top part because that's what was listed on board docs yesterday in the late afternoon at the end of the discussion because that's when I sent my email. I actually sent it out this morning, but it points to this page now. Yesterday at the conversation, Dr. Reed presented this idea, and also there was an idea that I said about perhaps the implementation can wait until the following school year, which is 27-28, of which the superintendent thought had merit. We also, as a board, have a duty to publicly notice our decisions. This motion has not been noticed. I also am unclear who is writing motions and the board's role to review them. I think this is an egregious workaround of our governance, standards, of transparency, and I cannot recall any other time where the board has finished a conversation and 15 hours later voted on it. The first presentation of the information there about that phasing was yesterday at 3 p.m. So all I'm saying is let's divorce the two topics, stick to the topic that is on our work plan, which talks about programming, and let's get to that phasing at another time. Because you know what? We're not even setting the western boundary until the spring. There's been a lot of confusion. We have no cost estimate from the CIP or what renovation would cost. We don't know the plan for transportation or how much. There are next steps from tomorrow's work session that are going to inform the decision about phasing. So I hope that my colleagues can just put a pause on the second part, which I'd be glad to entertain another time, but let's stick to the plan, which was just to vote on Western High School being a comprehensive high school with traditional boundaries that includes a special programming option. Thank you.
Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, briefly. I wonder, I have an ask, and I guess, and then 2 questions for Dr. Reed. I guess my ask is, could we create 2 motions out of the 2 that are there? Because Ms. Marin was correct in that we had been speaking about for weeks that we were going to be voting on the type of high school, meaning comprehensive, and the type of special programming, meaning that special pathway. So that has been the expectation. I was not expecting, and I think that's kind of been the chatter on this side of the dais, that the second part would be there. So that would be my first ask. Can we create 2 separate motions? Mull that over while I ask Dr. Reed 2 questions. The plan of engagement with families, have you detailed that out already? And what is that timetable? I know I asked this just a little while ago, but I want to get a little bit better clarity to understand what happens if that second part is not provided.
So I think the team is waiting for the approval to set the plan, and the sooner we're able to determine the registration process, the sooner the planning principal can go meet with students at schools.
Thank you for that. My second part is, I imagine that your staff wrote this motion and provided it to the board. I'm assuming at this point, so please correct me if I'm wrong. And if that is the case, what precipitated the change of language to add that second portion?
The staff doesn't write the motion, the staff writes a recommendation.
I see. So
And
the recommendation changed.
The staff wrote the recommendation based on both the memo I provided to the board earlier this week and the conversation we had at the work session yesterday.
Much appreciated. So then I guess my advocacy would be for us to divorce these 2, because I know everybody was ready and prepared to speak to the first part of the motion, and then we could have a second vote on the second part of the motion. There's no loss. So I guess, I don't know if I can make a motion to make that motion. How would you like that handled, Chair Anderson? I'm sorry, where?
Yeah, there is a motion pending at this point to strike out the second part. So a division of the question wouldn't even be in order at this time, in my opinion. Even if it were in order, this can't be divided through that process because the 2 parts are not independent. In order for the second part, the enrollment plan, to be adopted, there has to be the approval of the first part. But the motion to strike could be adopted, and then a motion made after that for the second part.
Okay. Then I would like to take that under consideration. I'm hoping we can go ahead and vote on this part of the motion, as I guess we're voting on the strike through, and then I'm happy to represent the second part as a distinct and separate language.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I am going to ask that all board members turn their lights off, and if you wish to speak to this amendment, then turn your light back on. Okay. Mr. Dunn.
Dr. Reed, on slide 14 of your boundary presentation at the work session yesterday had indicated a timeline, and the timeline had November 13th, 2025, New Western High School WHS programming vote. The next event on the timeline is December 18th, 2025, boundary phasing vote. What is meant by the date December 18, 2025 boundary phasing vote. Is that what is meant here by opt-in, opt-out firm boundary?
No, it's not. What the December 18th vote, at least from the staff's perspective, was a vote brought by a vote on whether or not the division was going to support funding for transportation for the phasing plan that's division-wide, which would include the Western High School, but would include all the schools based on the motion that the board passed several meetings ago. If you're in high school, you had the opportunity to stay in high school. Middle school was the same, and I believe 5th and 6th grade at the elementary. And so we had scheduled a vote on whether the division was ready to or able to fund that phasing plan, and that was my understanding for the vote on December 18th. It was more so a funding than it was because we'd already voted to approve the phasing.
Follow-up question on that. Will we know by December 18th what the estimated cost would be of
We're working
the
on that. Yes, sir.
This second part, and I don't have a position one way or the other, but the second part seems highly related to that transportation because, as I understood the options that you provided on slide 15 of your presentation from yesterday, you have no transportation if you're out of boundary at any point.
Correct.
And then transportation provided in boundaries. So that seems very linked to the December 18th vote. Granted, it's not division-wide, it's specific to the Western High School, but it's kind of the same category, is it not?
Well, how do I say this? What's the same category is the cost nexus, which is to say, I think I was front-loading the, if you will, likelihood that we're not going to be able to fund this division-wide. Traditionally, when we funded phasing solutions, it's been at 1, 2, or maybe 3 schools at a time, but not every school in the division that might be impacted by boundaries. So it is connected in that we would want to make the same cost decision for the Western High School as we would for all other schools. But I think in the staff's mind, it wasn't connected in the sense that the board already has determined phasing for all current schools. This was more so about making sure that we have adequate programming that we can talk about, confirming that we're starting with 9th and 10th graders, and confirming we're adding 9th grade a year at a time. Staff felt, I think, that this was more of a programming conversation than connected to the phasing, but I can see how it might be confusing. I can certainly see that.
I just want to make sure I understand what I'm voting on with this language that's
Yes,
being
sir.
struck out. Does this, if I vote for the motion in full, including the struck-in language, does that represent a decision in your mind on providing school bus transportation inside and none outside the boundary? Because, in other words, is there a decision on school bus transportation outside the boundary that is included in this motion?
Not technically, because that's the December 18th piece, but
that's for division-wide. This is for Western High School, right?
The opt-in, that's what I presented yesterday.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, your slide 15,
pretty
I mean,
clear.
if I vote for this,
Yes.
I'm voting on school bus transportation, am I not?
Within the boundary for the Western High School that will be drawn, you are.
Right, so if I can just make a suggestion, I'm not making any motions, but there should be some language about school bus transportation here if we are going to vote on this second part, because otherwise we're leaving it unclear, and I think it's important to provide clarity to the superintendent and her staff. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Frisch.
Dr. Reed, if the board were to vote for the second half or something like the second half, depending on how the board kind of mulls it over, at the next meeting, which is December 8th, right? Is it really?
December 4th.
December 4th, thank you. How disruptive to the trajectory of the plan would that be, if at all?
It would just delay the ability to go out and meet with students to solicit interest in the school, because we can't do that until after the board has met.
When would that start?
Well, if it were approved tonight, it would start, we had hoped to start December 1. If it's not approved till December 4th, I don't know that we would start it before winter break, because I think we're down, December 4th would be the end of the first week of December. And, you know, I'd have to go back to the team.
So, because when I'm looking at what we've got between now and what you said, December 1st?
Well, I think what we were hoping to get, I don't have the calendar in front of me this evening, but I can pull it up. We were hoping to get out to schools as soon as possible and also be able to share with parents that we're we'd want to send letters out to the families first.
Sure.
And let them know that we're going to be coming out to school. So there's a whole sort of sequence of events that would need to occur.
Part of that is going to be planning that doesn't touch families until we step out to do the outreach, right? I imagine that the outreach to families wouldn't start during the week of Thanksgiving because everybody's, lots of people are no longer here.
I think that would be next week, which would be the week before Thanksgiving, I think was the plan for reaching out to families.
And not December 1st.
Well, that would be the school visits.
Okay.
But you'd have to do, I guess my point is, if we make the decision on the 4th, which is perfectly, I mean, this is all within your purview, obviously, but if you make the decision on the 4th, I think we would be reaching out to families the following week, which would mean school visits wouldn't likely occur till after winter break.
And what is the overall impact there then?
Hard to measure, honestly. I wouldn't be able to speculate this evening. I know that registration starts in January, so I think it's the opportunity to move forward with that. But I mean, if it ended up being later, we'd have to accommodate that.
I think the difficulty I'm having is that, and I realize I'm seconding this motion because Ms. Marin said, "Will you second this?" I'm like, "Sure." Is that there's, so people know, Robert's Rules allows anything on the agenda to be changed within the board's rules, providing it happens before a meeting, right? And so the chair can move something on the agenda, and at times there's an absolute need for that kind of dexterity as chair. And so there's nothing procedurally wrong with how we are here now, but I think that there is an argument to be made that the board would benefit from having 2 weeks or until the next meeting for the second half of this motion. And so I would be in favor of one of two paths. One, we amend the motion and drop the second half until the next meeting. Or two, we provide people an opportunity to vote for the first half and the second half tonight. And one provides more airtime for the motion to be out there, and the other at least allows somebody who might be in favor of part of the motion to vote in favor of part of the motion and not in favor of the other. Whether they're against the other because of the way that it would be implemented or because it wasn't out in the public, in their view, long enough. So I would be in favor of either of those approaches.
Mr. McElveen.
So I very much appreciate the conversation, and particularly Ms. Marin and Mr. Dunn raising the concerns with the main motion as it was written. My main question on this is there a reason we aren't receiving any sort of presentation with this tonight? The presentation that's attached to this is from the October 7th work session, which is more than a month ago. And I just think for the public's benefit, it would be helpful to have explained what opt-in means, what opt-out means, what firm boundary means, and all this phasing. I guess the question is will there be any sort of presentation?
I could certainly, I think we did the presentation yesterday afternoon, so we hadn't planned to do the presentation again this evening. So I think
Okay. Well, that's fine. My concern is just for the general public who doesn't watch work sessions to be presented with this tonight. It would be very confusing to me as a member of the general public. So I'll just leave it there. But I'm supportive of Ms. Marin's changes.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Dr. I just want to clarify on the same questioning that my colleague was saying. So what you were saying is if this whole thing passes as is tonight, your plan, your team's plan, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is to go out to schools immediately to start talking to students. Is that correct, or did I mishear that?
Well, our plan was to begin communicating to families first of these 5 pyramids, and then be out in schools shortly thereafter, because we want to make sure that students have time to contemplate this and have some sense of what the programming is going to, the timelines and that type of thing, the VHSL pieces. You know, it's going to be a different proposition. So I know our planning principal wants to get out to schools as soon as possible and begin talking with students about the possibility of enrolling and making sure that registration is able to be done in a timely manner.
When does registration for high school students, is it January when they have these conversations?
Traditionally, high school student registration occurs in January.
Or like early January, mid-January, when?
I don't know that I have that nuanced.
Just kind of throughout the
those
month.
dates. I think it's rolling in January, and it
Okay.
may be somewhat site determined, but generally it's January is my understanding.
And so if we don't vote on this tonight and it gets delayed, let's say to the 4th, to have the vote then you're not really going to be able to do this conversations with families and the schools. You're butting up against winter break and a lot of the winter concerts and things like that. So then it's really more of an outreach in January, which then maybe impacts registration, correct? Which can impact staffing. Is that what I'm hearing? I'm trying to understand the urgency for today.
I think that's why staff felt the recommendation would be helpful to get started this evening, given the conversation we had yesterday afternoon. But we will work within the confines of whatever is determined tonight.
Well, I'm just asking to help me make my decision. What would the impact of doing it tonight versus waiting? So I'm trying to get a sense
Well,
of
the
that
impact would delay the outreach and registration. That would be correct.
Do you have a sense of the amount of that impact of the delay? I'm trying to get a sense, like how much would it, like, here's what I'm worried about. If we're delaying till January and students have to decide quickly, or they have to decide to register for classes, which then maybe impacts the staffing decisions schools are making, I'm just trying to get a sense of the impact of the delay, to get a sense of, because I do understand what my colleagues are saying too, so I'm just trying to get a sense of how much that's going to impact, because it's a huge decision to switch high schools. Right, or to start at a new high school. And so I want to make sure families have enough time and enough time to ask the questions and enough time to be thoughtful and talk to counselors and talk to maybe teachers that they trust or principals. And so my worry about delaying is the impact it'll have on families and students from making that decision. So I'm trying to get a sense of, I'm trying to keep students at the center of this decision, right? And with students at the center of the decision, I don't want to negatively impact them.
Right.
Significantly. So I'm trying to get a sense of what's that impact to the students and their families, because that's my number one priority here.
Well, I think we're on a tight timeline to register students for the new school. And I think the impact, the less time young students and families have to decide, I think it makes things harder, right? So, I think that was why the recommendation was to see if we could get moving sooner. Because I do think it is a big decision, to your point. I think Dr. Anderson has raised that as well. There are a number of variables for students to consider in terms of their activities, their friends, and so forth. So I do think the sooner that we can reasonably come to a decision to begin registration for the new school, obviously the better it is for planning purposes.
Thank you. And I know that there's a confluence of events that got us here tonight. Part of it is having to delay the work session on this because of travel of some folks on the board. And so, I think that made it more difficult to have the thoughtful conversations, because I believe this was originally scheduled for the 6th and then had to be rescheduled because we didn't have quorum for that day because some board members were traveling, which happens. I get it. But I understand that's how we got to where this conversation happened yesterday. I also, so I understand the frustration of new language that we weren't anticipating, and I do really get that, because I think it's important to be able to have the time for those thoughtful conversations. However, if we're going to keep students at the center of our decisions, it seems to me, because we're not meeting again until December 4th, not be able to have those robust conversations next week, the week before Thanksgiving, that first week of December, before students and families get really busy with all the winter concerts and the end of year events. It's hard for me not to keep students at the center of that decision, and that's where my mindset is, which is why I was asking that question. So thank you.
Ms. Dixit.
So I'm in the center of this situation. So a lot of community members have been reaching out to us and asking about the programming of the school in terms of which grades. Dr. Reed, you have been speaking about this grading, which this will be open to 9 to 10th grade in different community meetings, and I have been talking to the community as well. It is not new information. It has been going out in form of many community outreach meetings, and anybody who reaches out to me, we speak about that. A lot of parents are waiting for information, our students are waiting for information to make the decision for next year. At least this will solidify their, just like you said, their thought process. So I, as being the district, magisterial member, I believe that we need to take that decision today and not December 4th, because of that, again, it'll just delay by many, many weeks. And we know January is where students like to decide. They do course selection with school, and there's so much of interest in this school, and I feel we're missing an opportunity and just doing a disservice and just not coming to an agreement on a simple matter like this. This is not confusing to me. It's very simple. We've been talking about this, we are voting on it, and having it on a document just doesn't change anything which we've been mentioning for all this time. So this is my point in that, and I'll love to get support of my colleague in getting this done today. Thank you.
Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was one of the board members who was also surprised seeing second part of the language this evening. With that said, let me ask a couple of questions to Dr. Reed. Looking at the language on the board doc as is, I'm focusing on the second part and comparing that to the work session PowerPoint slides, slide number 16.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I apologize, Mr. Moon. The amendment is out of order because it was not provided to the board 48 hours in advance. Now, I know what you're thinking. Either was the motion. That's true. But there's a solution to that problem. The amendment is out of order with the 48-hour rule.
Yeah. Madam Chair.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Everybody stay here.
Point of order.
That's not a rule.
Okay, coming back. Mr. Frisch, can you please restate your point of order?
The point of order is that the 48-hour rule was not followed in the proposal of an amendment to a board-directed motion.
Okay. That point of order is well taken, and we are going to suspend the current amendment that's on the table. I call on Mr. Frisch for a suspension of the rules.
I move to suspend the rules, specifically the 48-hour rule for this action.
Is there a second? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. This motion is not debatable and requires a 2/3 vote to pass. All those in favor? Mr. Frisch, Ms. Marin, Mr. McElveen, Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Lady, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Moon, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, and myself. That is unanimous. I call on Ms. Marin for an amendment.
For a motion, yes. For a new motion? Yes. For new motion. Right, because we suspended the rules. Thank you. I move that the school board approve Western High School to be a comprehensive high school with traditional boundaries that includes a special programming pathway option.
Ms. Marin, hold on. Ms. Marin, I need you to state your amendment, please.
Oh, apologies. I move to amend the motion to strike the language after the comma of the option, and the following enrollment plan will be implemented, and that plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Anderson. Ms. Marin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you. I don't have anything new to add. I do want to say that I do not support if this becomes, I don't support moving further on the opt-in, opt-out, that timeline this evening. I appreciate my school board colleagues being flexible and thinking about this in a different way than was presented. And I do hope we can move forward with approving the Western High School as a traditional boundary, because we do know people are waiting for this. I think the questions that we need to do our due diligence on to understand the transportation costs, other terms of rollout, and especially the costs for a renovation and how that needs to be adopted into the CIP. I think having a memo and a presentation for the next part of this decision-making would be wise. And I think, we are doing something we've all never done before, approving the opening of a new high school. So there are lessons that we're learning, and I think just taking things one step at a time would really be best. So I do hope my colleagues can support this motion and wait on further action until the next meeting on anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, briefly. I do want to share that during my first go-round, one of the questions that I asked was about the timeline. And the timeline was, there was no information that was really articulated. And I understand as these things happen, they develop a little bit. But I do think there's a little bit of hair splitting between a December 1st start and a potential December 5th start. We will still have 2 weeks in December for parent engagement and student engagement and school visits before schools are out. The other piece that I thought was very curious, and I'm glad that Mr. Dunn raised it, was regarding the presentation yesterday, which was about the western boundary. So everything therein was about the western boundary. And on that 18th line, which I did not pick up on, it spoke to the phasing. And so that's a piece that stands out to me. And furthermore, I understand that there was a change of a meeting, but I want to be clear that quorum could have been had with 8 members of the board. 4 members traveled, so there were enough people in order to realize that meeting. 4 people would have just missed out, so I want to be sure that I shared this. And my last piece is, while the discussion regarding the opt-in and opt-out is not new, it is new to the motion, and I think that's part of the governance process that we have been trying to hold steadfast to. And I stand by what I said earlier, which is decoupling these activities is the way to go for this evening, so that each person can properly provide their supports for the segments that they are supportive of. So thank you, Ms. Marin, for raising this point, because this was not the motion that I think we were expecting.
Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I don't have to repeat what's been already stated by Ms. Maron and Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Ms. Lady.
I hope I'm doing this in order. If the amendment as in front of us is there, is this the appropriate time for me to speak to programming? Okay. Because I just want to say that, you know, having toured the Western site twice, I think I'm the only person who feels this way on the board. I think there's a strong appetite for either an academy like in Loudoun County where kids are at their base school one day and then they're at the academy for a different day for pathways. I kind of like that idea more than a second magnet, but it's kind of like a second magnet. So I guess I just want to share that while I understand the appetite for comprehensive high school, I worked at Chantilly High School, I understand the overcapacity. We definitely need, as I believe Dr. Reed shared earlier, we have about 1,700 students, I believe, from Centerville, Westfield, and Chantilly that are in either modulars or trailers. We have to alleviate that. Anything we do with this site would focus on alleviating the population in those places. I'm just not sure I'm 100%. I know I'm not 100% behind a comprehensive high school. I think there's other ways to do programming. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Mr. Dunn.
I just wanted to bring up the point that because we are doing opt-in, I think opt-in is something we haven't done before on this scale. And so approving at least the first part tonight would be beneficial so we can at least get a sense of the numbers sooner rather than later. Because if opt-in doesn't work, we're going to have to do something different. I know that we can take up to 500 ninth graders and 500 sophomores, but if we get 50 each or 100 each or 150 each, I don't think we're going to open a new high school with only 300 kids total, right? We would need to resort to other measures. So doing it earlier, I think, is beneficial from an operational perspective. Thank you.
Mr. Frisch.
My apologies, my light was on from the motion.
Thank you. I am going to take a brief turn here. I was not anticipating that we were assuming that the enrollment plan was the same as the phasing. So when we were discussing this yesterday, I recognized the fact that we were talking about busing and things like that, but for me, this was really about implementation of students at the school, which for me is programming. It's talking about, because the whole point of this motion is talking about whether or not we're going to have a magnet school or a traditional boundary. So the whole idea was talking about how we're going to implement the traditional boundary that we actually are saying that we want to do. So I actually am fine with, in terms of the layout here. What I was anticipating is that the phasing discussion that we were going to talk about later in December was related to the busing question that we've been having because of the changes that happened to the phasing language last summer. So I do not see this in the same manner. I see this as an implementation of the traditional boundary and how we are going to make that possible. So I really strongly feel that we need to get started on this because we keep hearing not only from board members here, but also from the community about the concern and the angst related to making sure, not knowing whether or not they're going to have the opportunity to get registered as quickly as they want to related to other schools and things like that. So I am not in favor of delaying at least getting started for the next year at all. I would like us to get moving so that way we are able to actualize what our plan is and actually have a class come in next year. So I am very interested in moving forward. Like I said, I was not considering this as part of the phasing, and I am perfectly okay with having the to separate it if necessary in order to make that happen, but I don't see a problem with the initial because it's all about how to make the traditional boundary happen. If we didn't have the traditional boundary, we wouldn't be having the discussion about opting in and opting out because we wouldn't it would all be opt-in because it would be a magnet. So that's where I don't understand the difference. And for me, the transportation cost doesn't matter in this decision because of the fact that we have to provide transportation for the kids that are going to go to the school anyways. So we had to think about that decision when we bought the school. So we're already down that path. We have no choice as to whether or not we're going to be able to provide transportation or not. And we're in the midst of a county-wide boundary look, which means we're going to have a harder decision in a few weeks related to whether or not we're going to be able to provide busing to everybody for this monumental thing that we haven't done in 40 years. So for me, this is all about what we are doing to support the traditional boundary discussion. With that, I don't see any other lights, so we're going to go ahead and vote for the amendment, which is to remove everything. Can you guys amend it again for me, please, or move to the amendment? He's got it. Okay. What we're voting on right now is for the amendment on the screen. All those in favor? Mr. Frisch, Ms. Marin, Mr. McElveen, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Moon. All those opposed? Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Lady, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Dunn, and myself. Can the clerk please read the vote?
The vote is 5-6. The motion fails.
Okay.
So it is not amended.
Okay, thank you. I call on Ms. Dixit for an amendment.
I move that the new Western High School I move that the school board approves Western High School to be comprehensive high school with traditional boundaries that include a special programming pathway, and the following enrollment plan will be implemented: 2026, 2027, grade 9 and 10 opt-in.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Dunn. Okay, so the amendment, the current amendment is just to remove the 26 or 27, 28 opt out and the 28, 29 firm boundary. Those two lines. That would allow for more discussion later when we are discussing everything at December 18th. Ms. Dixit, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I think enough is said. We need to get our community students know as soon as possible and gauge their interest. We understand people are busy, so we want to give them enough time. And also for our students who are, some of them are excited and they want to know what school they want to go to. So it'll be great for them to sign up, and our school administration will have a better understanding of how many students are interested, a little bit better for planning purposes. Thank you.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Chair Anderson. We're just trying to understand what so the amendment failed. So we are back to the main motion.
Yes,
So,
and there was an additional amendment to the main motion. So we are in the second amendment because, will the parliamentarian please explain the concern?
It sounds like that Ms. Dixit read a main motion again, even though there was a main motion pending.
She did. However, what she was doing is reading what the amendment to the main motion is, because we are back to the main motion, which is all of it together. And so she was just reading the part of the motion that will carry. So her amendment is to remove the bottom two lines.
All right.
So this
Understood.
Is
it would have been clear if she had just moved to strike those lines and not read the motion as it would have been amended. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dunn.
I'm pleased to second the motion to strike the last two lines of the motion. I think this provides the necessary clarity for the superintendent to move forward in advertising to students in grades 9 and 10 who wish to opt in to enrollment at the Western High School. I think it's absolutely necessary that we advertise as soon as possible so that we get a sense of the number of students who will opt in, and if it's below what is necessary to populate the high school, then we will have to consider additional measures. If it's above, then perhaps there can be a wait list or other measures, but that would be a positive sign of excitement from the community. Because we don't have a boundary for the Western High School at this time, and we won't until late in spring, I believe May or June, then opt-in is the only option available to us to populate the new Western High School grades 9 and 10. This is part of an orderly transition. This is a best practice. It has been done in other school divisions, and I believe this is an excellent plan to ensure full utilization of a capital asset that cost $150 million, use it at the earliest possible time, and proceed in a manner that is consistent with the renovation schedule that has been provided yesterday during the work session, which is a multi-year phased work schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Eismer-Heiser.
Thank you, and I agree with my colleague here, and I thought it was very well said. I mean, at the end of the day, what we are doing here with this purchase of the Western High School and now filling it with enrollment is a once-in-a-generation change and a once-in-a-generation plan that is going to very much benefit. I've been on this board. We've been talking about the need for a Western High School, but haven't had the funding for it. It's been in our CIP for 10 years. This is a sort of a gift to be able to address that overcrowding. And many of my colleagues worked very hard to make this happen, but we can't necessarily always stick to how we've always done things or how maybe we like things to be perfect and procedurally to get things done. And in my almost 6 years on the board, there have been many times where I've had to face a decision between what is best procedurally and what is best for the students. And I will always make a decision that I think is best for the students, hands down. In this case, giving the students as much time as possible to make a monumental decision as to which high school they want to go to, with their families, with their counselors, with other maybe teachers they trust, rather than forcing that decision 2 weeks before a winter break when there's concerts and other things going on, and then coming back into January and rushing that decision when they may have to make enrollment decisions at their high school they would be going to or not. This is not perfect, and sometimes governing is messy. But when you have something like this that has, I think, never happened before, at least not that I can think of in Fairfax County, and an amazing opportunity that we were able to take advantage of to save a lot of money and address overcrowding, I don't see how we can't give our students the grace and their families the grace as much time as possible to make a very monumental decision. So that's how I'm ruling, because to me the students should always be at the center and their families should always be at the center.
Thank you, Ms. Eismer-Heiser. Ms. Lady.
Yeah, so I'm still separating these two. I don't need to speak to the initial meat of the issue, which is the programming, but I did want to speak to the opt-in for grade 9 and 10. While I don't think I can support the motion as written, I just want to reiterate that this is essential, that we didn't want to do a forced boundary. Nobody had an appetite for that. This is a unique opportunity. It's not often you find a school that falls in your lap, but you can't open it as a VHSL because you don't have all of the facilities. It's not like something you planned for because it was in construction. And again, I want to echo some of what my colleagues said, that the students are the center of this. And I attended the open house. The appetite for kids to go to this school is, oh my gosh. I mean, the enthusiasm. I have no worries that with an opt-in that we're going to have a full class, and I'm worried more about turning kids away. So while I support this part of it, also counselors, yes, for people who need to understand course registration, I can assure you that counselors are going into middle schools the week after winter break, if not by the first week after, certainly the second week after, to talk about programming. So it's essential we start this process. It needs to start next week. This part of it needs to move forward. And again, I didn't see this at all as a phasing thing. I saw this as a programming thing as to how we're going to bring the kids to the program. So again, I'm probably not going to vote for the motion because I would like to see it more as a magnet, not a comprehensive, but focusing on alleviating the overcrowding at the schools I talked about earlier. So I'm excited. At the end of the day, wow, what an opportunity. Ribbon cutting is going to be amazing. The kids who go there are going to do amazing things. This is going to be an amazing school.
Ms. Marin.
I don't support this motion because I do not have a plan from the superintendent showing the details I need to make a decision that encumbers taxpayer money, especially because it continues to be unanswered whether this renovation that would allow for phasing to happen at that rate, even to allow kids to enter the first year. We don't have the answer about whether this would be something that would require a change to the CIP renovation queue, which is something that is done when the CIP, Capital Improvement Program, is changed, and that's scheduled to happen in January or February. And I'm very concerned that the superintendent doesn't see that as a problem, especially given our very precarious situation with our facilities funds. We already moved funds from a currently listed school, Centerville High School, to purchase this school, and that was within our authority. But now we are talking about digging deeper into those already allotted funds with no discussion from the board. So I'm not comfortable making that decision. You know, it's curious to me that there's a concern for the time allowed for students going to Western High School if they want to go. At the same time, we are scheduled to make a decision on boundaries on January 22nd, at which time those students will be directed to go. That's in 10 weeks. So we are providing much preferential treatment to these students so that they can get going on their high school course selections, while the students that will vote on their boundaries on January 22nd will already be well into the coursework planning process and will be required to go, not of their own choice, especially because we're not allowing yet phasing between something like an 8th grade and a 9th grade. So I'm just trying to reconcile these different approaches. You know, I like to have a consistent set of rules to operate with. And I know that this is a new high school and it takes some unique circumstances, but the phrases I heard tonight also, the superintendent has said, quote, "We're hoping to figure this out," quote, "It's yet to be figured out," quote, "It's hard to measure the impact," quote, "I'm not able to speculate this evening." I cannot make decisions using taxpayer money and changing the trajectory of students and families' lives based on speculation. We didn't have a presentation tonight. The motion wasn't clear 48 hours in advance. We have rules and procedures so that we know what's coming and the public knows what's coming. I think the experience here at the dais provides an opportunity for reflection on what further training the board can commit to in professional development. We've yet to have a retreat where everyone attends. I think we could really focus on some Robert's Rules training and some clear commitment about how we're going to ensure that our clerk team and our board and our superintendent are providing the public with the information expected well in advance. I'm disappointed that, the last thing I want to say is, I'm disappointed that and confused as to why at least one board member voiced support for my motion and then voted against it, causing it to fail. There was an opportunity for more of us to get to yes tonight, and I just remain very confused about this whole thing.
Ms. St. John Cunning.
First of all, I want to thank the staff and the superintendent for all the information that was provided to us in the work session. I think a lot of questions that were asked tonight, we could find the answers in that work session. I also have absolutely no question that this original motion was talking to an enrollment plan. And I think that because we're doing boundary work and we're talking about phasing with boundary versus opening a new school, we're conflating the two. There are two different things. There are two different ways that they would be handled. And whenever you would open a new school, you would do an enrollment plan. The boundary situation is different. We're conflating it. And we have spun ourselves into more confusion that is necessary. It is very clear to me that this was only about enrollment and how we were going to get the students enrolled and get this off the ground. I am happy to support this motion. I'm happy to support my colleague and her magisterial district where she knows that the community wants this, the student wants this. It's also important for our students to be there, but also for the families in the community. Again, conflating this with a CIP and renovation versus a new school. We've already had that discussion. We're treating this as a new school. I just think that we get ourselves so confused when it's not necessary. I am going to support this. We bought this school for a reason. We don't need it sitting there. We need to know how we're going to enroll these kids, and that's what this plan was all about. I'm happy to support this motion.
Thank you. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the amendment. I am inclined to support this amendment. With that said, that I need to, just to clarify on the conversation, Dr. Lee, you and I had during the break for public, let me ask a couple of questions about registration process for the students for the first year who may be deciding on opting in versus just staying at their schools. So if for them to be able to opt in, wouldn't they need to know what sort of courses will be guaranteed to be offered, and when would they be provided to the students?
So thank you, Mr. Moon. The courses will be similar to the core 9th and 10th grade courses at all our comprehensive high schools, with the exception of the specialized pathway. And the choice around registration would happen at the same time registration happens at all the other high schools, which is in January. I'm sorry, was that the second part of your question?
So when would they know what courses would be available?
Oh, they will know when the counselors and the planning, or in this case, the planning principal, Mr. Jagels, will be visiting schools within those 5 high school pyramids. And depending on when this plan is approved, there would be communication to families and then visits to schools to visit with students.
So if the students are normally expected to start registering from January, will we be able to give all the information prior to January?
I think that the students, the visits to the students are going to talk about the 9th and 10th grade core comprehensive high school courses, and those visits to the sending schools are going to begin before winter break, correct?
Before
the
the winter
registration
break.
process itself will occur in January, because I think there's some, obviously there's going to be some discussion about the need to explain to families if you don't end up in the actual boundary that we draw and the board approves later in the spring, that families will need to provide transportation to the school. So that's a piece that students enrolling in other schools don't have to consider, but that is a piece that families will have to consider in registering for the new Western High School.
Is it your intention to offer classes no matter what the enrollment will actually be? I'm hoping that there will be enough students to be able to offer full array of normal 9th and 10th grade classes plus some pathway courses at the new school. But if the enrollment becomes very low, is it your plan to still offer all those courses? Because students will have to make a decision whether to stay at their schools versus going into new school, because based upon our conversation during the break, we're not allowing double registration.
Correct. Yes, sir. We can't have double registration because then we would be staffing schools on both sides, and we don't have the budget to do that. So just as comprehensive high schools put out a course-taking registration, right? Students put in, these are the courses I want to take. Not all courses get staffed because some courses don't have enough students that sign up, even in our traditional comprehensive high schools. So we will put out the menu of courses and staff to the course selections that students sign up for. So there may be some courses that don't get enough sign up that won't be offered, whereas other courses will get enough sign up and will be offered. The core graduation requirements have to be offered, right? So even in comprehensive high schools today, in fact, we talked about it in the work session briefly yesterday, even when students have an opportunity on tally sheets to sign up for courses, either there's sometimes a conflict matrix, which doesn't allow every course to be taken every period, so students have to choose. And also, there are times when courses aren't offered because there just weren't enough students that signed up for that particular course. So I know that Mr. Jagels has previously been part of opening a high school in Fairfax County Public Schools when Westfield High School opened, and he's very familiar with the need to put courses out, and then those students, you know, the master schedule is developed by the choices students make.
You know, some of the courses, I'm particularly thinking about sophomores as opposed to freshmen.
Correct.
Because sophomore could take higher level than freshmen, and so maybe taking a much higher level math than normal sophomores, or even world language classes. So I am concerned about those cases where students want to go to a new high school excited, but want to pursue certain higher level courses, but if there isn't enough enrollment, they are not going to be offered, so taking a risk in making decisions. So those
Yes,
are the
sir.
cases, because we're not, again, allowing students to explore both the new schools and their current schools for registrations.
So I think what we're going to have to look at, and we're already looking at it related to our transfer policy, is what courses can we provide through an online option, whether it's synchronous with another instructor at another school, or within our own online school, or within a specialized program that would also help minimize some of the transfers around world language, for example. If we can offer those as an online option, then students can stay at their base school. So as we look at opening a new high school, there may be some advanced math courses that we're not going to get enough sign up with a 9th and 10th grade class, and we may need to have a synchronous link to another school for a year or two till the new high school has its courses built out, or we may need to have it be a synchronous with honestly, a region teacher, because frankly, we have a lot of high schools where there's not enough sign up yet for certain courses. That it might be beneficial. I know Dr. Ponce is looking at a variety of options and his team, so that students that maybe they're 5 or 6 at a particular high school that want multivariate calculus or differential equations or linear algebra and aren't able to take it even in a 4-year fully enrolled comprehensive high school. So I think we're looking at a variety of options, and we would certainly make use of that technology at the new high school for those first few years as well.
Just one last comment is, my strong suggestion is to provide the community and students and parents all this information as much as possible, as soon as possible, perhaps providing FAQ somewhere.
Mr. Chairman,
think
that
about all the questions and concerns they may have.
That was your time.
Yes,
Dr.
sir, and
Anderson.
I do agree. The as soon as possible, I think, is what was part of the conversation given this opportunity. So I appreciate the advice. Thank you.
Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. You know, I think in my excitement over this whole process, I think I too also put the cart before the horse here. Because when I'm looking at the language here in terms of what we're trying to accomplish tonight, and I heard this from multiple speakers, which is we're trying to determine the course of study. We have not really determined the course of study because we haven't even identified what that special programming piece would be. So I guess a wondering that I have is, what are we going to present to the community when you, the planning principal, goes out saying, yes, we're going to have the regular courses for 9th and 10th grade, but what's the course of study? What's the special programming? What's that special piece? That has not yet been settled. In the course of study, the program is what you're going to do. It's not who is going to do it. That enrollment piece is a different and separate and distinct conversation. It's not what we have been discussing here. And the more that I'm sitting here and absorbing what's being shared, the more that I'm seeing we're really splitting hairs on the timetable because so much of the information is not yet available in order to say that today has to be the day. I fully concur with many of the things that Ms. Marin shared earlier, And while I am so anxious and excited to vote to say, yes, we're going to have this be a comprehensive high school, because for me, that was the only way to address the issue of overcrowding at those Western schools that I've been hearing about since I've been on this board. And I was also super excited to say yes to, we're going to do something special at this place. I was even more excited to hear that something special could essentially be replicated elsewhere. In our conversation today, you mentioned so many things. I'm like, oh yes, one per region, yes. So I was really hoping to say yes. But for me, we've kind of muddied the waters a little bit. A lot of things have been conflated. So I'm not going to be a yes on this motion. But I'm excited about the first part. I'm excited about the comprehensive high school. I am excited about the special program study. I'm not excited about how we're going about this right now, because I do not think today is the deal breaker to recruitment of students into a program of study which has yet been defined, and coupling that with what I've heard from you and I've heard from Robin, Miss Lady, and I want that to be the case, where there's so many kids that are excited about this, we're going to have to turn them away. If that's the case, what's the rush? I'm a no, unfortunately, on this motion.
Mr. Frisch.
Thanks. Two things. One, I don't vote for or against something based on procedural issues, because I don't think that the record captures procedural concerns well, right? Somebody reading minutes from this meeting in a year or two will assume that the people voting against it had an issue with the motion and people voting in favor of it had an issue. So while I disagree with how we've ended up where we've ended up, I would have voted for the first half on its own. I would have voted for the second half on its own. They're together, so, you know, I'll be voting for it. But procedurally, not a happy camper.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. We are going to go ahead and vote for the amendment that's on the screen. All those in favor? Mr. Frisch, Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Moon, and myself. All those opposed? Ms. Marin, Mr. McElveen, Dr. Anderson. All those abstaining? Ms. Lady, will the clerk please read the vote?
7-3-1, the motion carries.
Okay, now we are back to the main motion. I am assuming. I know, we're not done. We now have to vote on the actual motion that's on the screen. So, calling for a vote of the amended main motion that is on the screen. All those in favor? Mr. Frisch, Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Moon, and myself. All those opposed? Ms. Marin, Mr. McElveen, Dr. Anderson. All those abstaining? Ms. Lady, will the clerk please read the vote?
7-3-1, the motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 8.01.
Might be recognized, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Marin.
May we please take a 5-minute recess?
As long as we keep it to 5 minutes, yes. We are adjourned or recessed for 5 minutes. Board members, please take your seats. Calling us back, agenda item 8.01, performance review, learning environment and relationships with students, EL10 monitoring report. Each year, this school board assesses the superintendent in part on the basis of the school division's reasonable progress towards achieving the 2023-2030 strategic plan goals and adherence to a set of 13 executive limitations found on page 14 through 31 of the board's strategic governance manual. The superintendent provides annual monitoring reports to the board for each executive limitation. The board then votes on whether the provided report is in compliance or if corrective action is needed. I call on Dr. Reed for a monitoring report on executive limitation 10, learning environment and relationships with students.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and the public. Tonight, as the chair has shared, I'll be presenting executive limitation 10, which is learning environment and relationships with students. In executive limitation 10, it's very clear that we need a learning environment that's safe, respectful, and conducive, obviously, to high student achievement and well-being. At the time of this report, to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, we've gathered information and evidence that I believe supports compliance with the board's executive limitation associated with this topic, and would like to share some of the highlights this evening. As a reminder, there are 9 areas of EL10 that are shown here, and during this evening's presentation, I will focus on any new work, updates, or newly added items to this EL since it was last presented and approved by the board. For those watching at home, the full report is posted on board docs, and much of the work related to this executive limitation remains consistent year over year to support our work here in making sure that we have a learning environment that is conducive to learning. I will say that one aspect of the learning environment that I think is really important, you heard from several students tonight, is the importance of our Purple Star program and our incredible increase, as we pointed out in the reception before the meeting. It wasn't very many years ago that we had 11 schools that were Purple Star schools, and as I stand before you this evening, we have 145 schools that are Purple Star schools. Next year, we plan to have all 200 of our schools be Purple Star schools, and those programs support a learning environment in particular for our military-connected youth that enables them to be successful as they transition in and out of Fairfax County Public Schools. And I think that's something that this board can be very proud of sponsoring. When I think about new or newly added information, one of the things that has happened year over year is that there's been an effort made to increase consistency across the division with regard to secondary grading practices, which have been aligned to the new policy 2418. So there has been a movement to a single gradebook type, consistency around design and reassessment, and an increase in consistent use of assessed homework within secondary classrooms. Furthermore, our Instructional Services Department has revised the way teachers provide feedback on report cards. The comments have been revised to communicate more detailed feedback, and a work habit scale has been introduced to provide feedback to students and families on time management, organization, assignment completion, and overall effort in class. In terms of new or newly added information, our Title IX office now utilizes a procedure for working with school-based administrators reporting sexual misconduct cases into a collective and division-wide reporting system called Guardian. And all of our school-based administrators have been trained in use of this platform during our student rights and responsibilities training sessions this summer. So those are new pieces that have gone into Executive Limitation 10. Otherwise, we've maintained consistent practices in a year-over-year process. So, Madam Chair, this concludes the summary of the monitoring report for Executive Limitation 10, learning environment and relationships with students, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I now call on Ms. Sizemore-Heiser for a motion.
I move that the school board finds the superintendent is in compliance with Executive Limitation 10, Learning Environment and Relationships with Students. I further move that the school board approve the monitoring report based on the superintendent's reasonable interpretation of Executive Limitation 10, Learning Environment and Relationships with Students, as outlined in the governance manual.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. I'm happy to second this today, or make this motion today. While I think there's always continual room for improvement in how, in our learning environment and our relationship with students, I think you've made a lot of great progress. And I can just say from the lack of complaints that I hear about my schools, I think our principals are doing an excellent job and our administrators in their schools. And I think just some of the data we see around the student survey and when we see the surveys on students around trusted relationships with adults, that is going up, and that is all related to the learning environment. I also think you've done some great work here to make the learning environment more inclusive. And so a couple things I wanted to mention that I saw in here, just to give you a kudos that I was really excited to see. Because as you know, this is something I've been probably talking about for 15 years, but has been in the works for 6. But I'm very excited to see that there'll be a learning seminar with executive functioning at all secondary schools next year. So I wanted just to ask a question to see, do the counselors and IEP teams, are they ready to make sure, since it's now December, to make sure that those conversations are happening for next year's enrollment?
So great question. I know Dr. Presidio and the team, we have talked about that very issue. So Dr. Presidio, an opportunity for you to, I trust, share good news on this topic.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The team has been working hard on that, and it's definitely taken longer to scale up than we would have liked, but we're excited about where we're at and continue to provide support to not just the counseling teams, but the special education case managers and administrators in the building about this as well.
Thank you. I would encourage you as you move forward with this. A lot of this is talked about specifically organizational time management skills, and I would really encourage as you build it out to make it a more holistic support around self-regulation, goal setting, some of the social emotional goals as well, because as we know, it's not just time management and organizational skills. But I think this is a great start, and I'm really excited to see that happening. The UDL work is also, for me personally, a very exciting thing, but I would just ask, now that we've rolled out the training, to have implementation spot check, because I've been hearing, in fact, at the ACSD meeting last night, there was testimony from somebody about the lack of UDL in assessment design and honors classes, and her daughter having to leave an honors geometry class, not because of the lack of ability to do the math, but the way that she had to turn in her answers required a significant amount of executive functioning. So the test tested executive functioning more than it did knowledge. So just something to think about when looking at UDL, to make sure, do some implementation spot checks as well on that piece of it. So a couple things, but I think, and the last I just mentioned is a portrait of graduate work to make sure it's consistent across all classrooms, because if I recall from a work session conversation, the data show that it's not happening consistently across the different types of classrooms and settings we have. So something to look at is that making sure that portrait of graduate work is happening for everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm really excited to move this, and I think you've done some amazing work, you and your team, and I look forward to seeing some of this good work moving forward, especially on some of these long-standing initiatives that have been needing to be done.
Thank you. I know the team has worked really hard, so I'm very proud of the progress they're making. In particular, Dr. King's team has done a lot with the School Discipline Consortium. In the last year, the amount of training that school-based administrators have done and Dr. King's team has led is really impressive. And Dr. King, do you have just a moment to share how many folks have attended the trainings, and in general, the very positive feedback that our school-based administrators have provided?
Yes, at least 95% of our school-based administrators have attended training for school discipline, but also we have 95% of our schools have at least one restorative justice practitioner. From 75% last year to 95% this year, our team is working really hard to ensure that we're supporting schools so that discipline is consistent across our schools it's implemented consistently across our schools, and that we're continuously training on best practices around how to reduce discipline disproportionality in our schools.
That's great work that you've been doing. I really appreciate it. And one thing I did want to mention, you mentioned the inclusion work in here, and what I remember hearing, I'm going to go see Greenbrier East with my colleagues soon, but what I've heard is that that's one of our inclusion pilots, and what they found in the pilot is the amount of discipline referrals has gone down significantly with the inclusion work. So with the data around inclusion, around outcomes, it also helps with discipline. So I think continuing that inclusion work will have great dividends in many areas across the county. So I'm hoping that'll continue strongly. But no, thank you for your great work, and that's great to see. Thank you.
Ms. Lady, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, briefly. Again, kudos to the team. It's amazing when I read the reports, the detail, and just from my tenure in the system, 3-ish years ago to now, it's just a wow factor for me. Every single time I go through and think, wow, how much that could impact this or this or this, and how when we look at this EL, absolutely, I think that learning environment is just off the charts. I think that what is happening with the fidelity of UDL is amazing. The differentiation, I think that, UDL basically is saying, basically teach to, I know teachers who did this for years, is if they had students with IEPs, then they just provided, that's how they taught the class. All kids can benefit from differentiated instruction, and a lot of kids have executive functioning issues that are, they sort of have to learn by trial and error. So I'm excited also about the introduction of that, in terms of curriculum. So yeah, I'm just, it's great work. Thank you. Dr. Reed, I give you a lot of credit for your leadership and vision, but you do have an amazing team. And, it's just great work. So I'm really, really proud to be a product of this system, but also to be close enough to watch the changes in real time and see the increases we've seen in test scores, et cetera, across the board. The performance is great. And just, just being at boundary meetings, being there tonight with our military-connected families, I really appreciate the way in which you're present with people and the way in which your team is present with people and the amount of listening that's going on. And yes, there's talking, but I do believe there's a lot of listening, and then that's channeled into change. And I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Anderson. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. There's a lot of positive stuff in this report, so thank you for all your hard work and your team's hard work. I want to ask about the end of high-impact tutoring, which is that funding is running out. And we have a lot of data showing that for the students who have fallen behind, that high-impact tutoring is absolutely essential to get them back on track academically at all levels, right? So can you talk about, if the state, federal government do not keep that funding going, is there a strategy to enable FCPS to maintain that option or something like that to keep kids on track who fall behind?
So it's a great question, Mr. Dunn, and you've obviously also been paying attention to the data and the research that high-impact tutoring does make a difference. We are continuing to work with EduTutor, Chris Amundsen's program, and Grant Involve in terms of tutoring. We're one of the things that we've found in the last probably several years is we have a number also of retired educators that want to come back and support students. So we're going to look at how can we provide high-impact tutoring, maybe with not full-time people, but people willing to come in and work hourly or work part-time to support students. We're also going to, I think, begin to look at some programs that might be not so much online, but supports that can come alongside co-pilot type support for students for tutoring, particularly in some of our more advanced mathematics or science courses. But I think it's something we're wrestling right now with our budget. How do we have the same level of high-impact tutoring that we currently have to continue to get those results? We've also looked at, in some cases, pairing high school students that come down and work with our elementary students since high school gets out earlier. And we've got a number of high school students that have been very excited about that possibility, Honor Society students who need hours, and expanding that. We talked with several of our student advisory groups in terms of even creating something like a varsity letter for community service hours that might include tutoring as an example. So I think we have to look for models to do it because, it is a best practice. But in this tight budget time, I think it's going to be challenging to continue to hire the high-impact tutors we've been able to hire.
Do you know the dollar spend per year on high-impact tutors we have right now?
I would have to defer to either Dr. Ponce or Dr. Presidio, and if they don't have that off the top of their head, we'll get it to you by tomorrow night's Friday letter.
That would be great. I'd like to just have a sense of that dollar value because in terms of providing a world-class education to every student, which is, I know, all of our commitment, then that's very important. In terms of the alternatives you mentioned, I know EduTutor is in Whitman. I think it's the only school that they're in the county, and I know from speaking to Chris Amundsen that getting into Whitman, getting into FCPS was extremely difficult, the most difficult of any school division EduTutor has dealt with. So is there anything that's being done to lower the barriers to entry so EduTutor can expand to more schools in Fairfax County?
I think Ms. Amundsen and I have spoken about that, and I think early on it was just the background checking because we're very particular about that with people working with our children. But I think the connection has been made, and so it should be much simpler for EduTutor to consider expansion.
Thank you.
Mr. Dunn, that was your time. Would you like me to put you on a go back?
Are you sure? I didn't talk too much. Okay. Yeah, I would like, please.
Thank you. Ms. Dixit.
Thank you, Dr. Reed, for the presentation. I actually had the pleasure of obviously seeing this firsthand, the engagement with the students and the staff. It's a very, you can see a lot that in elementary school, obviously, because students are very close to teachers and the administrators, and middle school, but then high school, then obviously they're teenagers, so they're in their own world. But there's still a lot of bonding and a lot of love and happiness. So when I go to schools, and I think it's for all my colleagues, that we see happy kids and we see engaged kids. That just changes, that's something, we can't put any numbers on this. This report is one of the reports we are not gonna ask you for numbers, because this is one of the reports where we are seeing the relationships and how things are, getting every day it's done in FCPS. One feedback I wanted to just give is AVID program, which is in some of our schools, elementary, middle school, high school. And there's a really good stuff how kids are learning, especially with college readiness, and it's helping the students to plan better, and I think comes from the executive functioning side as well. But then they go to some middle school and they don't have that AVID program, and then they go to some high school and they pick it back up. So I think the 2 years, there's a missing link where they may be picking up that habit before, but now they're not having. I believe I was in Brook Hill Elementary, and I think the feeder is Franklin, and then they go to Chantilly. So there was a missing link, I believe, there. And of course, today, as my colleague just said about the Purple Heart School, we have more and more number of Purple Heart schools now in our FCPS school system. So that shows the level of commitment we have for our military connected families, and this is a rapid increase. It just shows that these are the kind of things we are doing for our families, our community. Very difficult to put a number on that or a ROI on it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Dixit.
Ms. St. John Cunning.
I'm sorry, I was just switching where I was at. But first of all, I do really want to thank you for all the work you've done in terms of making our families and our students feel included. I think the most powerful thing a leader can do is lead by example, and you do that every day. I don't think that I've ever seen a superintendent be so present in our community and in our schools. And also kudos to your leadership team, because I know a lot of children or people in schools or parents know members of your leadership team, which I don't think people knew that before. So I think they follow your example, which, you know, goes on down the line to teachers. In terms of inclusion and the universal, you know, UDL, I think that's really important. And I know we focus on training teachers, and which is important because they're the ones that deal with the students. But working as somebody like myself that was a family liaison, and also seeing other people that are not actually touching children directly in terms of the classroom, but do have to interact with them, I would like to see some training for some of those people, because I think sometimes when a student walks into the front office or runs into somebody and they have someone that doesn't understand what the mission is and what the we just want everyone on the same page. And I've seen some discrepancy in that, just in terms of what my experience has been in my 26 years of working in the schools. Is like the teachers know what to do, but that front office staff person may not know what to do, or that family liaison may not know what to do, and they're still working with teachers. I think like a great example that I knew of a person that was very nasty when students would come in late, you know, like, what's wrong, why weren't you here, whatever, and the kids were scared, the parents were scared. And then I was at another school where it was like, we're so glad you got here today, I'm sorry you're late. You know, what a difference that sets up for that child and even for those parents. The other thing is talking about tutors. What I wanted to talk about is there is that free tutoring, the varsity tutoring program. How do we publicize that?
I know that newsletters, teacher newsletters, Schoology, I think, publicizes that. I'm not entirely sure, but Schoology, do we have some kind of link to that? Dr. Presidio, Dr. Ponce?
I don't believe Varsity Tutors is built into Schoology, but we did a very robust communication campaign about it when we first brought that program online, and schools continue to push that information out in newsletters, as Dr. Reed said. I can tell you as a parent, I get that information in my school's newsletters, so that's the primary way that we've done it.
Is there a reason we couldn't put it in Schoology? I mean, if that's what the kids are. Anyhow, something we can take a look at.
Do we have, I'd like to know if we have any data of, you know, how many students are using it, or families. I mean, I'm very familiar with some families that used it and loved it because they ended up having the same tutor and building a relationship with that. And I remember the parents saying it's free.
Right.
Do we have data on that?
We do. I don't know that off the top of my head, but we can pull some of it up. Actually, Ms. Neal's referencing a report where we've actually got some of it, so she could probably give it to us right now.
Ms. Neal?
Yes, so we do have information in the full report on page 7 with some of the usage data, which includes the chat engagements with the tutors, the essay editing requests, video sessions. So there's a full breakdown on page 7 of the report.
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing for us to have, because if we're losing some of our high-impact tutors and we have this option, if we can start directing parents to that, it may not be the best option, but I was very happy to see the shout out on this report too. I'll do a go back.
Ms. Marin.
Yes, thank you for the report, Dr. Reed. I did not find compliance with 2 key areas I'd like to talk about. The first one is item number 2. Implementing policies and procedures that promote a safe, welcoming, inclusive, accessible, and equitable learning environment for all students that promotes respect, belonging, and well-being. I'd like to start off with something a public commenter said tonight, which is that this school year calendar has been erratic, and that it wasn't brought to the board's attention that it would be erratic is a real failure. I asked for information about this and was given to it by council in a memo, which I don't understand why it can't be public information, but it seems that from what I understand from this memo, that the board's adoption of student holidays back in 23, when you very smartly proposed a 3-year calendar, is what drives the school year calendar. And then the staff calendar is developed in accordance with Regulation 4421. But so then how was the school year calendar for next year and the 2 years already after that being developed? Under what authority, if it's that the board sets the student holidays? Well, you know, at some point, I'm trusting you to say, you know what, this calendar does not prioritize consistent education of kids. And in 2023, we voiced that having a 5-day-a-week school week was the priority. And so the fact that we have had 1 full week of school this year, that does not meet having a calendar of well-being. And you should have told us, do we need to approve it? What it is? What is it? I mentioned this yesterday, outdoor classroom use. Rollout seems inequitable. The world language instruction, there's just these things that I don't see as doing that promote inclusivity, accessibility. It's still that system of schools. Number 3, the protection against discrimination. So this is, again, that chicken and egg thing I feel like we're constantly in, although I don't ever feel like we advance, which is there has to be some urgency and mutual accountability. The SR&R that we know and love is a regulation, and that is under your purview. The policy for the SNR is this. It is 2 paragraphs, and the earliest it was last reviewed would be 2011. That's the year after my 15-year-old was born. So the lack of urgency, and the board did send this to our governance committee, but as a part-time board, without the legal staff and the research staff, it's incumbent on you to make sure that we are doing our work together. And we shouldn't have these policies that are decades old. We need your help. I also think the policy is where we could put things like protecting against discrimination and use of social media appropriately in our schools. This policy does not give us the teeth that we're hearing our community say they need from us. You've done a lot of great things, but these are things I cannot overlook.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. I'm going to go ahead and take a turn. What I focused on here is actually in connection to what we heard the other night with the AI event. Because what I kind of globbed onto just a little bit is the portrait of a graduate. And what I love about what we're actually finding out is that it may be that the skills that are in Portrait of a Graduate are actually the most effective skills that our kids are going to learn. We're still going down the path, though, that it's hard to figure out how we're going to quantify grades and things like that related to them. So I just want to put a plug in that I would love to see a stronger connection, particularly when we're talking about AI, like talking about those skills that are portrait. I think it's actually a great combination that could easily be put in a lot of our work that would actually help elevate a little bit of what the Portrait of a Graduate is doing, because the skill set that you need to be successful in the world is actually exactly the skill set that we have said for many years. And so I think that this is an awesome opportunity for us to make that connection strong, particularly as we move towards figuring out how we're going to integrate AI opportunities for our kids. And so I just wanted to speak to that as one thing that is a path where we could head. So I am going to go to Mr. McElveen.
So I think one thing, that hasn't been explicitly mentioned, and maybe not fully appropriate to mention, but you have shown great leadership in protecting our students. I don't see many other leaders across the nation doing that. So I want to thank you sincerely for that, and continue to stand strong on that. I do want to echo my colleague, Ms. Marin, on the calendar issue. So I think one of my big concerns over this past year is that in 2023-24, we tacitly agreed to the early release days, and then that has continued for another year without our input. The community is very concerned about the early release Wednesdays. I do think there were paths where we could have made it less imposing on families, having it early release Fridays or something like that. But I don't think this community can handle one more year of the early release days if the calendar is going to remain Swiss cheese. And so that I think that's probably the easiest place to make progress there. And I will again just raise the question that I raised probably about a month or 6 weeks ago, which is when are we going to have an opportunity to discuss the calendar in a public setting?
Thank you. Yeah, that would be something that would need to be scheduled.
Thank you, Mr. McElveen. Mr. Dunn for a go back.
Early release Wednesdays, I surveyed school leaders, and they characterized it in very harsh terms as a horrible use of time, verbatim quote, and similar terminology, because it is an administrative burden, heavy administrative burden with almost no instructional work. No effective professional development is delivered because they have to spend entire days is their quote, their words, not mine, because of all the child care arrangements, and parents are constantly changing their mind in their child care arrangements. So I extremely urge you to reconsider any continuation of early release Wednesdays, because the principals who we rely on to deliver a world-class education do not support it, at least in my part of the county. I want to ask you about the fact that we're having backwards sliding or backsliding on the effective delivery of universal access, equal access to advanced academics in every elementary school. What I've seen with last year with the budget cuts to AERTs, we're seeing some local AAP, also called local level 4 programs, deteriorate in quality. And so I don't know if you're seeing that, but I'm definitely seeing that in my conversations with principals in my part of the county, that where we used to have progress towards students everywhere having equal access to advanced academics or at least early stage implementation, there's now been some fallback due to the budget cuts. So can you speak to whether, consistent with the 2020 AAP report, you're still committed to having local AAP available equally with the advanced academics programming that's available in AAP centers for elementary schools?
My understanding is that it should be just as available this year as it was last year, and she'll continue to be just as available.
Okay. Well, if I can ask you to maybe work with your team to just investigate that,
You
working
bet.
with our RASs, I would appreciate that, because that is something that's of tremendous concern to me going forward. And I just want to echo the comments about the calendar. Based on the information that's been provided to us, I don't know if the current calendar and for future years is in order or was properly authorized. So I'd like to have that examined in consultation. Thank you.
Sir.
Ms. St. John Cunning for a go back.
Thank you. This really isn't a question. I mean, I could have you read it, but I just was really proud to see the work being done at the John R. Lewis Leadership Program, and the fact that more than 450 students, including almost every rising ninth grade student from Key Middle School, provided input in decisions and curriculum creation. This program is amazing, and it really is student-led, and a lot of what's happening there are the ideas that the students are saying this is important. And it takes into consideration every student, and there are programs that are being developed by students with disabilities and multilingual learners, and they are all proportionately represented in the community. And it's just something phenomenal. Just couldn't let that go by, obviously, because I'm very proud of the work that's going on in that school, and I just wanted to do a shout out that a school that a lot of people sometimes malign is doing incredible work. And it's the students that are leading it. And when you see what they do, you're like, wow, you're just really wowed by it. So I just had to lift that up, and thank you for allowing that to happen and encouraging the teachers there, the programming there, and just supporting that programming.
Thank you.
Mr. Frisch for an initial go-around.
I wanted to talk about the calendar. The policy is very general, and the calendar is part of the superintendent's authority that the board gives her, or them, depending on who the superintendent is. And so back in the day when we voted on the calendar for some inexplicable reason, spending meeting after meeting after meeting doing it with like 35 options floating around and options being brought to the dais the night of the meeting to replace an option that wasn't popular or was less unpopular than the other one. I voted against the last calendar that we voted on, which I think we revisited 3 times in 3 different meetings because it didn't have enough 5-day weeks. Even without the 5-day weeks, where I wanted them to be, I think the other option was like 3 more 5-day weeks or 4 more 5-day weeks. Having a clear understanding of what years out are is far preferable. That doesn't mean we can't have both, right? What I would like to see happen, I don't think the board should be voting on the calendar, but what I do think should happen is if we know that there are 2 out-year calendars that are being made available to the public every single year, I would like us to survey for the out years what the priorities are, et cetera, have a work session, have the board inform that conversation along with survey data, whatever, and then that can help drive the superintendent's choices on how the calendar looks. And then part of the EL process can be whether that is resulting in a calendar that people are more happy with. I will tell you right now, the complaints are never going to go away. It didn't, before we had more holidays for operational efficiencies and religious equity, we had plenty of complaints. After we've had plenty more. I still think we should have more 5-day weeks. But the problem is, as we will find out when this can of worms is reopened, every change begets other problems. So, you know, early release Wednesday, let's take it up with the educators who really need that planning time. Everything has a flip side.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. Ms. Eismer-Heiser for a go back.
I am so happy to follow that because that was going to be the gist of my comments too. Like, I think be careful what we wish for the calendar because in the previous board, it took up so much of our time. And when one constituent wanted one thing, and there was another constituent who wanted the exact opposite thing. And it is true what Mr. Frisch, my colleague, shared, Madam Chair, we had at the last minute a calendar coming in, I think within 24 hours of the vote. That was a surprise, and it was very contentious and very difficult because there is no perfect calendar with all the competing interests. We tried uncoupling spring break from Easter, and that created huge staffing issues. We tried floating the idea of less than a 2-week winter break, and nobody wanted that. So the reality is that the question that came up in the years that we grappled with this calendar so much is it actually, and I don't think we found it anywhere, that the board's decision to vote on the calendar. The code, if I recall, Virginia Code says the board sets the first day of school, but it doesn't say the board votes on the entire calendar. So I would very highly recommend what my colleague, Madam Chair, has recommended, which is however the superintendent wants to gain community input, whether a survey or whatever, the drafts or calendar brings it to us. I remember very distinctly the vote Mr. Frisch is talking about because I voted in the other direction because I wanted to give this board a 3-year calendar. It was 2023, and I knew, there was a lot of new people coming in, and I wanted to make sure you all didn't have to have the same contentiousness year after year. And so even though I did not think it was the best calendar, I was trying to get, and I heard a lot from the community as well, even more than the board, that they wanted just to know what's going to happen this year, what's going to happen next year. And sometimes the calendar was so contentious, we didn't vote on it till April or May, and people didn't know. And that was the one consistent thing I heard from the community is just let us know what's happening so we can plan. So I switched my vote to get a 3-year calendar so people could plan and to buy this board a little bit of time to kind of dig into the work. I would highly recommend it remain an operational decision with a work session to inform the board and the board to inform Dr. Reed.
Ms. Lady for go back.
Since we're talking about calendar, I do agree. I think that it should remain an operational decision with some work sessions. But I will say this, I think that I want to believe educators know best. Parents know best, but educators know best. And interrupted learning is not good. And interrupting the momentum is not good. And while I was working in the system and watched all of this going down in terms of the length and the discussions, I feel like, and I will definitely hear from my colleagues if I misrepresent this, but I feel like the majority of us were just so defeated when those calendars came out because we no longer had a summer break. Those folks that were teachers or counselors. I mean, the idea of an 11-month contract was you had a July off. With so many days and so many PD days for operations, there's no time to recharge. And while I understand religious equity, and I will say the one year, yes, you did move spring break away from the Easter week, you didn't do that in collection and collaboration with your surrounding jurisdictions where our teachers live. I believe there's an appetite, perhaps, to bring that, because I think I think our surrounding jurisdictions are getting some of the same complaints around interrupted learning. So I think we need to have a work session. I think we need to talk about it. I think it is operational. I have had people who are of certain religious practices tell me that they have religious days off that they disagree with, that they want their kids in school. So I think that it was a tightrope walk. I think when it was certainly in discussion before with the board, but it needs to be revisited. I'm all for 5-day weeks.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Seeing no others, we're going to go ahead and call for a vote on the motion, which is on the screen. All those in favor? Mr. Frisch, Ms. Marin, Mr. McElveen, Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. Lady, Ms. Dixit, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. Moon, and myself. All those opposed? Dr. Anderson, all those abstaining. Mr. Dunn. Will the clerk please read the vote?
The vote is 9-1-1. The motion carries.
Thank you. Annually, the board will review each executive limitation at the time of the monitoring report is provided to determine if revisions are needed. Board members may offer amendments to executive limitations at any regular meeting, provided that they send the final amendment language to the board and the clerk at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting at which it is to be considered. At this time, no amendments have been submitted in advance of this meeting. Executive limitation 10, learning environment and relationships with students, was placed on the consent agenda for approval later in tonight's meeting to maintain the current language for the year ahead. Agenda item 9.01, academic matters. I call on Dr. Reed for academic matters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight's academic matters is going to focus on the division work around universal design for learning and the inclusive practices that were part of executive limitation 10. This work is also in alignment with goal 2 of our strategic plan, where our equity commitment is to honor students' identities and experiences and ensure student safety and well-being in an inclusive climate and culture. So when we think about the next slide and our commitment to increasing inclusive opportunities, on the next, thank you. We continue to be committed to this, and we know that inclusion benefits all students. Research has consistently shown the benefits of inclusion, And the expectation right now is that all students are educated in the least restrictive environment, and that placement decisions always will remain an IEP team decision. One of the things that's important to note about our Universal Design for Learning work is to recognize that the special services are really a continuum. They're not a place. And we need to be thoughtful about how we provide those services on a vast continuum as our students require those needs. So what exactly do we talk about when we mean universal, or what do we mean when we talk about universal design for learning? And it is an approach to optimizing and improving teaching and learning really for all students. One of the things we really strive to do is focus on minimizing barriers to learning that exist in the environment, or most especially within the design of the learning experience. It also empowers educators to design instruction that provides students with greater access and greater agency in their learning. Strategies are provided to support educators with designing more flexible methods, materials, and environments to embrace each learner's unique needs. So we've also provided a variety of professional development activities, and our curriculum teams continue to build in explicit strategies within content areas. We believe that inclusive education is about creating schools where every student belongs, and really belongs in a real and authentic way, and has access to meaningful learning. It's not a replacement, it's not a replacement for special education, but rather a provision of services on a continuum as students continue to access their services and instruction. It's not about removing support, but it's about providing support in more effective and increasingly inclusive ways. This is a huge endeavor across FCPS because we've really recognized that this is an area of our work that has required some attention for some time. Our 12 Phase 1 schools, which we've begun, started their planning last spring and have begun implementation this school year. Within each phase, our schools are going through a process of planning, professional development, and there's really a multi-year implementation phase with ongoing monitoring and support. 12 schools that are in Phase 1 represent all regions, levels, and demographics, including Title I, AAP centers, and a variety of special education program sites. Additionally, we have 81 schools that are currently planning and engaging in professional development so that they'll begin implementation of new inclusion practices in the coming year. Each school has been carefully selected for each phase to ensure that as students transition to the next level, their schools will already be in the implementation phase to ensure a continuity of services once students have started. Our remaining schools have started to engage in professional development and will continue with their preparation to begin school-wide implementation in 27-28. Throughout this process, central office and school-based inclusion teams have been consulting with inclusion experts in the field. In this case, Dr. Julie Costin and Dr. Christy Preddy-Francic and Dr. Shelley Moore have been consulting with our teams to develop plans and provide high-quality professional development. We've also been providing instructional staff, including teachers, instructional assistants, and instructional leaders, the same professional development to support the implementation. And I'll share that our Phase 1 schools are Bush Hill Elementary, Dogwood Elementary, Franklin Sherman, Greenbrier East, Hunt Valley, Saratoga, all elementary schools, as well as Herndon High, Edison High, South County Middle, Marshall High, Rocky Run Middle, and Hayfield Secondary, the middle school side. So we've seen some early successes in our Phase 1 schools. They're seeing, interestingly, it's come up in this report as well as in the monitoring report, that schools are seeing a decrease in discipline referrals, particularly a decrease in discipline referrals among students with IEPs. They're also seeing increases in the LRE percentages. General education teachers are reporting higher levels of engagement, self-efficacy, increases in performance, and a higher sense of belonging from students. The instructional shifts that are happening are actually improving Tier 1 instruction. And I think one of the things that's most promising is that our very youngest learners are very much so a part of this opportunity. Schools also are continuing to increase opportunities for our twice exceptional students through opportunities like co-taught AP and IB level courses, which are new for our division. We're very excited to see these shifts, and as years go on, I think we'll see we've moved into our pilot, proof of concept, and then we're going to be bringing this to scale just as we have a number of other topics in our strategic plan. So that is Academic Matters. Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. We're going to kick things off with Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you, and you don't know what it means to me to see this presentation after probably 20 years of begging for this. And I mean, I don't use that word lightly, right? And I could have told you discipline would go down, right? I could have told you academic outcomes. I mean, the data can tell you, right? And so I'm thrilled to see this. It is long overdue. I can just tell you from my personal experience, having a son who kept being excluded in Fairfax County, but included in private music and dance studios, I was able to see the impact of those parallel lives on his education, which is why I've been such a fighter for inclusion, not just for him, but for other students. So I could talk about this forever. I'll probably take a go back, but I did want to ask you one quick question. I'm very blunt here. Because of how we've done inclusion, we haven't passed Indicator 5 at the state level for as long as the 20 years I've been advocating for this. We have convinced many of our parents and families that inclusion can potentially lead to more bullying. That inclusion isn't the best place for them to get education. I can just tell you from meetings, from advocates, what are we doing to help now change that mindset amongst our families? Because we have created that mindset to begin with.
So that is a good question, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. I think that as more families experience the positive benefits of inclusion, I think that the narrative will shift. I believe that our children, our students, model the kindness, compassion, also. One of the things that I shared, and I'm talking about kindness and compassion on all fronts for all of our students, our typically developing and neurodivergent students. One of the things that I think our new sort of foray into AI is going to yield is a deeper appreciation for the many and varied gifts our children bring to educational spaces. And I think one of the things that we're underestimating is the leveling of the playing field for all children when we're looking at the absolute importance of creativity and critical thinking and an ability to see things in different ways that will be so necessary as we prepare for this future yet to be imagined in many quarters. And I firmly believe that when we talk about achievement gaps in the ways we have in the last 20 to 25 years, we're talking about gaps fundamentally in skills that are waning when the strengths, if we talk about our strengths possibilities instead of achievement gaps, we would see children who bring tremendous strengths to learning spaces, and our strengths that we're going to, I think, learn perhaps to measure, because many of those strengths we don't have a way to measure, and therefore we don't accord them the same respect. Those strengths are the same value, and I think that's to our detriment as a nation. So I think the more we contemplate how the gifts of our children are critical, even if we haven't figured out how to measure them, and maybe because we can't measure them, they need to be developed at an even deeper level. So I say that, which is way off your question topic, but it's just such a deeply held belief that I think of Temple Grandin and the work she's done and all the shifts in our country because of the work she has done, and then wonder where she would have been in an achievement gap conversation if we were talking about that. And I think when we persist in that conversation, sometimes we miss the more important part of it, which is the creative problem solving that we're so desperately in need of right now.
And I appreciate that, and I agree with all that. And like I said, I could talk about this for hours, but I do think we need to understand kind of the Stockholm syndrome we've done to our parents and specifically address those concerns, right? Like we really, really need to, whether it's through the Family Resource Center or whatever, to explain the data shows bullying goes down. Here's what we're doing to prevent that. I mean, we need to address those concerns. We've created it.
Right.
And we don't want our families to be a barrier to inclusion because the data shows it leads to better outcomes. The other thing I would ask about is the mindset. I think too often what I've seen in schools is an overprotective mindset that actually leads to terrible long-term outcomes. The statement that I used to make to my son's teachers, like, are you going to follow him around for the rest of your life? Because if you're not, please don't follow him around in first grade. And I think people are so well-intentioned and want to protect, but that protection comes at a cost. And when you're in an inclusive environment, it's harder to protect. But I think inclusion at its core will not succeed in Fairfax County if we cannot address those two things. We cannot bring our families along and undo the damage that Fairfax County has done. And if we cannot change that mindset of overprotection, it won't succeed. Because if we're going to include kids, we have to start with the premise that they can be included like everybody else and scaffold from there. And not start with the premise that I have to follow you around everywhere, and if you happen to be able to do something on your own, I'll let you try. And that's too often what I see in our classrooms, and it's all well-intentioned. But those two things have to be addressed. Having said that, I'm thrilled. So please understand, I'm very thrilled with this. It's just such a big mind shift. We can't lose those two pieces. I'm thrilled with the data around it. I'm thrilled that Hunt Valley is part of that because it was not that way 20 years ago. So, and I'll take a go back to talk more specifically about this work. But I just want to lift that up. We have to address the mindset issues.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to take a quick turn here. I appreciate so much the experts that you brought in because what it's allowed me to do is learn alongside all of our community and staff. And so I've really appreciated just the process that we've gone through related to UDL, and I'm extremely excited to go see it live and in person in a few weeks. So I just wanted to speak to and say thank you for the work. I know it's taken a long time for us to get to where we wanted to be, I think across the board, but I'm very appreciative of the path that we've taken to get here. So, and with that, I'm going to send it back to Ms. Sizemore-Heiser for a go back.
All right, so I'm going to now say the positive. This is incredible. This is incredible work, and I want to, for those who are still listening at 11 o'clock at night, say why it's incredible work. Not just that all the data and the science that shows that better long-term outcomes academically and socially for those with and without disabilities when they're in inclusive settings, that's clear. But when you think about the current status of people with disabilities once they leave our school, 80%, 70 to 80% unemployment rate for people with autism, right? That unemployment rate isn't often because of a lack of skills. It's because both the people with autism have been segregated throughout school, so they have not had the chance to learn as other students do, slowly, a little higher expectations each year, right? We have a higher behavioral and social expectations of kindergartners, first graders and kindergartners and second graders and so on. You can't take somebody who's been segregated away from that and then throw them in at 18 and say, good luck. You just can't. Everyone would fail. Right? And similarly, those students' future coworkers and employers and employees and public safety professionals are in the other classes for the most part, maybe not all, but some. And if they've never slowly over the years learned to accept people with disabilities as part of the norm of their community, which is the classroom for a lot of the day, how are we going to expect them at 18 to understand how somebody might communicate differently or present differently? And so what we're doing by not being inclusive is leading to a 70 to 80% unemployment rate. So this work that we're doing here isn't just so we have better test scores and better discipline, although that's amazing. It's so that people have a chance to live a life that they deserve. That's what inclusion does. And so the fact that we are doing this work, that we're taking it in a couple years to every school, kudos to you, Dr. Reed. This is when we were interviewing for your position, this is what I was hoping you would be able to do here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
All right. I do want to thank the team because this has been a lot of work, and our principals and special ed chairs and psychologists and educators. This is a big lift, but people believe it's the right thing to do. So I want to commend our team.
I agree.
Agenda item 10, consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. The consent agenda items are on the screen. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. Agenda item 11, new business. The following are new business agenda items. There will not be a vote on these items this evening, but action is scheduled for a future meeting. Agenda item 12, board committee reports. We do not have any committee updates tonight. Agenda item 13, superintendent matters. I call on Dr. Reed for superintendent matters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have one item, and that is to provide a heartfelt thanks to our community for your support of our bond election. I think that Fairfax County Public Schools is a special place, and it's a special place because of our community support. So just a big thank you to our community for supporting our bond referendum, and a big thank you to Len Forkas and our committee that did a lot of the work to support this. Thank you.
Agenda item 14, board matters. We're going to go ahead and skip this item for this evening due to time and what we need to go back to close to do. Agenda item 15, the board will now return to close. This meeting is recessed at 11:30 p.m.